Good morning, Grand Island. I'd like to welcome everybody here to the Owned Heifer Show at the 2022 AIJCA Junior National. As we have the last several mornings, we will begin today with an invocation and would like to welcome Rachel Hale to the microphone. So if you would, please bow your heads.
All right, let's pray. Dear Lord, I thank you that we get to come here and show cattle, and I thank you for all these kids that have managed to get here, and I pray for all the people traveling home today. I pray that you would keep them safe, and I pray for the kids showing in the show ring that you would help no accidents to occur, and in Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Great job, Rachel. Thank you. And as we have the last couple mornings, we'd like to welcome Tanika Satt to the mic. If you would, please stand and remove cover as we'll sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job as always, Tana. Thank you. Now we're ready to get started off here this morning. We'd like to lead in Class 1. If you're ready to go, Floyd. I'd like to thank our Class 1 sponsor, Triple K Charlet from Superior, Nebraska.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely excited to be here. Been looking forward to the day for a long time, and I'm excited to evaluate a good set of cattle, but more importantly, work through a great set of kids today. We'll try to move along at a pretty decent pace. Really good numbers I hear, excited about that. And we get here into our first class and some heifer calves here, and good way to start off the show. A lot of give and take and different kinds, and you know, cattle that have got a lot of road and a lot of future ahead of them. And you know, these things will have to be managed a certain way to get to where these young folks want them to be. This is just kind of how I like them here today. I think the young ladies in the center of the ring, for me at this stage of the game, I'm the most comfortable with the way that that one's constructed on her feet and legs. Structure is pretty important to me, and I like the angle of her shoulder and her knee. I think that one's the most flexible when you study her in her hock and in her pastern. I think she gets out and handles herself really correctly. Probably one of the stouter ones of the class as well, and so maybe with that, she's not quite as elegant up front, maybe a little extra throat and shoulder, but I think she handles it acceptable enough and hopefully grows into that as time goes on. Really like the way that that one's constructed to win. The heifer that's going to be in second, you know, if you want to use the most stylish and eye-appealing one, you know, there's no doubt she's quite a bit more extended and cleaner in her neck and in her throat. Really like the way that that ties and attaches to the upper part of her shoulder. Transitions really good down her top line, and where I prefer to the one in second, she's a little better out through her hip, a little more length there, and I think that allows her to take a better stride out of her rear two. The heifer that's going to be in third, if we just evaluate the front 2/3 of them, this would be my class winner. A little neater looking than the one that wins, a little stouter than the one that's in second. Love that heifer's rib cage shape at this stage of her development. Rear third of hers where maybe her balance is thrown off just a notch for me. Wants to get just a little off in her hip and not quite as coordinated down there in her pastern as she goes away. Really like her presentation. Young man's doing a great job of getting her shown. Heifer that's going to be into fourth. I like some pieces of this one. Another one, this stage of the game, I like the shape of her rib and her heart and the turn into her flank. I think she's got the right kind of muscle pattern. When the young man stops and gets her presented, really kind of lines out nice. Maybe on the move, doesn't balance quite as well for me. It's specifically the way that her tail head wants to come up. She'll hawk in from behind just a little bit, but a nice heifer. An interesting pair to kind of round out the class. The young ladies that's exiting the ring, probably the greenest one. A little more is what you see, what you get. Really, really neat fronted. A little more maybe extreme for me in her rib cage and body. Young man's that's going to round out the class. Probably a little softer, a little easier fleshing. Don't know if that one's quite as good structurally. A little more up and down, particularly in her shoulder. Really nice way to start. Congratulations to all of our first exhibitors.
Your results for Class 1. First place goes to entry 406 with SFC JoJo 210, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Second place goes to entry 412 with BCR HMC Sophie 102, owned by Devin Benish from Valparaiso, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 413, CNH Nova 01K, owned by Corbin Hunt of Longview, Texas. Fourth goes to entry 410, Miss Double Stealth TW, owned by Gage Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. Fifth place goes to entry number 416, CH Miss Kylie 102K, owned by Annie Stewart of St. Thomas, Missouri. And sixth place goes to entry number 411, Miss Double Stealthy TW, owned by Bo Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. Those placings again for Class 1 go 1, 4, 6, 2, 3, 5. In the ring next, we have Class 2, and would like to thank J. Bar T. Benish Cattle Company as your Class 2 sponsor. Anybody who's got friends and family at home that would like to watch the show today, the show is being streamed and webcast. If you go to either the Charlet USA website or directly to the AICA YouTube page, you can see the live feed of the show today.
Well, as we get into our next class here, I think a pretty logical place for me to start and to be in second. I think both of these two cattle surface to the front pretty quickly. The young ladies that wins, I think, is just the most complete and the most fault-free one. This particular lineup, I think of the set, she's as good on her feet and legs as any of them, particularly how she gets out of her front end. I like the way that that heifer is shaped. And I think she's plenty square and true when you step around behind her. Maybe, you know, showing her age just a little bit when you study her heart and into her flank. And hopefully with time that comes a little just to allow her to continue to balance exceptionally well. But I think when you add up the most totals and the most good, sure do like that one to win pretty comfortably. Young ladies that's going to be in second, I really love the athleticism that that heifer takes out of both ends. The length and reach, a stride that she has, and she's probably a little better right now in terms of the depth of her heart and the turn into her flank. Really a soft and maternal muscle pattern, and it translates into some clean joint work. I think there's a lot of good things. In relation to our class winner, she's not as strong there in her hip loin. We could set her down in her tail head just a little bit, but I think a quality female to go ahead and be in second. One whose future excites me quite a bit is the young ladies that's going to be in third. This one's got some neat pieces and parts. The way that her front end is assembled, really clean and extended in her neck and throat, set right up in her chest, and then comes back with a nice shape to her rib. Touch greener than those two cattle, and so maybe not as far along in her muscle development and her power. But I think if that comes and she kind of transitions a little smoother from her shoulder into her forerib, this will be a neat one. My main concern with her is just wanting to strengthen her on her pasterns off of both ends. Just a touch weak for me at this stage of the game, but a good heifer to be in third. The one that comes in fourth, if we just take her from her shoulder back, this is my favorite one. Love the shape of her rib, the depth in her heart and her flank. This one's ultra stout and powerful from behind, and then handles it pretty well on her rear too. The set of her hock and pastern is awfully good. The front third of her body is where maybe I need to change her. She's a little rounder and coarser there in her neck, but the big issue is how that one wants to get a little straight in her shoulder and twist out up front. Kind of waddles when she takes a front stride there, but a good heifer from there back. A lot of neat things to be excited about in that particular one. Young man's doing a great job of getting this heifer shown. It comes out next, and I do think she's more comfortable as she works and travels around the ring, probably just a notch sounder. I don't know if that one just balances the way that I'd like her to. I'd like to just connect her a little stronger there in her full rib, see her a little more coordinated from her hock to the ground, but a neat one there. The young ladies that's going to round out the class, nice shape as she powers back out through her hip. Another one I'd like to see balanced just a shot better, a little more set out there at the point of her shoulder and off in her hip. Don't know if that one ties it all together quite as neat, but a good class. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 2. First place goes to entry 417, Miss 4M Outside Rose, 2116, owned by McKenna Mitchell of Justin, Texas. Second goes to entry number 421, FC3 Elsa's Winter Forecast, owned by Bailey Ferguson of Madisonville, Texas. Third goes to entry number 418, OBG Elvira 1555, owned by Casey Randall of Tomball, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 425, BHSC Tina Brightside 82J, owned by Emma Caffey of Ricelle, Texas. Fifth place goes to entry 423, PS Maddie 175, owned by Huck Plyler of Hope, Arkansas. And sixth goes to entry 420, RLL Riverdale J298, owned by Rianne Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Those placings again for Class 2 go 1-3, 6-5, scratch 4. In the ring now we have Class 3 and would like to thank Frank Ellis Charlet from Lettahatchee, Alabama as your Class 3 sponsee.
really nice class here, and I think definitely cattle that are just a touch further along and a little maybe more ready for the show ring, but I think just an immense amount of quality and depth all the way through this particular class. Certainly as good of a class as we've had so far. These two surface to the front right away for me as soon as they come in through the ring. I think dominating presence and presentation to both of them, ready to rock and roll for sure. And I think the young ladies that's going to lead off the class, I mean, yeah, we've got an obvious size and weight probably difference that she has the advantage in, but I think to go along with that, it's a very, very high quality female that I like quite a bit. Just looks like a really good cow to me, and I think that's pretty important to me. This is sounder than the one that's in second, and I think the sounder structured one in here in terms of the lay and angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee, the flexibility in her spine, but I really, really like her hip and hind leg, and that's where she has a pretty big advantage over the one in second, and as a result, she sits down on a big circumference of foot and bone there. I think that one handles herself tremendous. She balances well. She's got a tremendous amount of rib and power to go with it. Really, really like that heifer to lead off with. On the standstill, you just very easy to tie into the one that's going to be second. So neat looking, so much presence and eye appeal, really stylish and attractive all the way through. Maybe a little better in terms of being a little more toned down, flesh and condition at this stage of the game. And I really, really like that one stopped. When she gets on the go, her hind wheels just don't work as well as that one that wins. Not quite as stable and secure there from her hock to the ground. A little smaller footed on those rear two, but certainly love the way that that one is when she stopped. Really, really nice one comes into third. The young lady brings us, and that one's front end structure I like. I like her rib and her muscle pattern. Just has a good cow look about her. Maybe at times that one's a little bit unstable and uncoordinated in how she sets to the ground in her pastern. I don't know if she's quite as neat looking as those two cattle that win this class, and so we're going to go ahead and leave her there in third, but a quality female. Really interesting one in fourth, and I kind of had to decide what I wanted to do with this one. She catches your eye right away when she comes in the ring. That's about as long-necked and neat-headed of a heifer as we've seen all day today. She has the pieces and parts. She's got some length of body and length of hip, and maybe with that, she's just a little loosey-goosey at this stage of the game. When you study her in her hip loin, she wants to maybe not be as square all the way to the ground and not as good there in her forerib and into her flank. The young man's that comes out next, I think if we just evaluate this one in terms of length of stride and structure, is real nice, real loose from that standpoint. Heifer's not quite as good in her muscle pattern and her shape. She'll flatten to the base of her stifle, throws her balance off just a little bit. Interesting one comes next. Young man's done a great job of getting her shown and presented. Love the way that that one's shaped. Really, really big topped and stout and powerful out through her hip and into her stifle. We see her problem probably highlighted here as she goes. Wants to be a little straight in her shoulder, a little tight and restricted there in her hock and pastern, kind of throws her balance off on the move. Sounder one out of her front end comes next. I think she's laid better in her shoulder and set better in her knee. I don't know if there's quite enough heifer there long term. She's a little flat in her forerib and narrows up in her pin set. One that's going to round out the class, man, if you just want a lot of rib, fleshing ability, and power, you turn this one out. I mean, going to make a good cow and a good project there for the young man. Bit much maybe in this particular setting. Opens up in her shoulder. Not quite as neat to look at, but just a tremendous class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Your results out of Class 3. First place goes to entry 435 with CCBS J-Lynn 1063 ET PLD, owned by Haley Schwecke of Gibbon, Minnesota. Second place goes to entry 434, JAB Canyon 155 Polled, owned by Shade Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Third goes to entry number 429, SFC Mile 186, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry 432, DC Jasmine 2119, owned by Tristan Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Fifth goes to entry 427, LaFraise Charlie 161, owned by Nathan Alexander from Bremen, Alabama. Sixth place goes to 431, CJM AHF Miss Moon Pie 136J, owned by Riley Revels of Webster, Florida. 7th place goes to entry number 428, Lee KC Redemption, owned by Kaylee Williams of Gilham, Arkansas. And 8th place goes to entry 426, SVR Badge Legacy 135JP, owned by Clayton Stein of Gause, Texas. Those placings again for Class 3 go 857, 36421. In the ring now we have Class 4 and would like to thank Hubert Charlet Ranch from Monument, Kansas as your Class 4 sponsor.
Neat class here, and I specifically like these top 2, top 3 a great deal, and I see a lot of value in a lot of the cattle that are in this particular class. And the 2 females that surface to the front for me, they're a little bit different, and that's okay. I like the things that they both do, and I think they're both very high quality cattle. The young ladies, and the difference for me is the young ladies that's going to go ahead and win, quite frankly, in my opinion, just a little neater to look at. A little more stylish there up front, a little more feminine and attractive in the way that her head and neck is constructed, probably a little cleaner in her throat, and I think you study her out through her hip. She's a little bit smoother and more maybe maternal, if you will, in her muscle pattern, just a little softer from that standpoint. Man, that one balances up and gives you a nice look. Not really loving the show ring concept is this particular heifer out here, and I wish we could just relax her and just have her enjoy the moment maybe a little bit more. We could soak in and appreciate what she does a little better, because the contemplation becomes, is her hind leg quite as good as the one that's in second? I don't know if she sets them all the way to the ground as square, not quite as even in her foot size. I don't know if some of that's just her attitude or the way that she genuinely is structured. At the end of the day, we'll give her benefit of the doubt right there, and I think she's pretty good on the move, going to go ahead and win. Man, I see a lot of future in this one, and I think about the breeding value and what you can do with a heifer like this. She excites me a great deal. To make one shaped and powered like that and still handle it that correctly on the move is very intriguing, and I enjoy it a great deal. To have that kind of flexibility all the way to the ground. She's a little square in her foot size as well. Just love the shape of rib and muscle that she has. Probably with that comes just a little more roundness out through her hip. I don't know if she's quite set as good in her tail head, not quite as neat up front, but that's getting real nitpicky of an awfully high quality one in second. Just a good fundamental breeding piece is the one that comes in third. I think this one's pretty complete. Doesn't have a lot of major holes. She's really deep in terms of her heart and the turn back into her flank. That heifer's got some strength at top line, and quite frankly, of these initial 3, is probably the longest and levelest from hooks to pins, and I like that about her. Issue is, you see her up front, she'll kind of want to come in at her knee. I don't know if she sets them down as square, and she's certainly not as genuine in her shape as the 2 cattle that exit in front of her, but I think there's a lot of good things in that particular female. Similar story for the one that comes into fourth, and man, I absolutely love the way that one is constructed. She is as good at the ground as any of them. Really, really athletic, extra long in her stride, really clean in her joints, put together really, really nice from that standpoint. Just not enough heifer there, young lady. If we could stouten her up, that would be our class winner. Just a little too flat for me, and I need to see just a little more substance there. The one that's going to come out next, total opposite here. I mean, this one is as stout and as powerful as any of them we have in this lineup. I mean, her shape of rib, the dimension she has in behind her shoulder and out through her hip is tremendous. Really big stifled. And there's some times that I want to do a little bit more for this particular heifer. I just don't know if she balances like some of these other cattle. A little more open in through her shoulder. I don't know if that transition into her forerib is quite as neat. Then you take that one to the ground is where she's just a little more rigid, a little smaller there in her rear foot than maybe ideal, but I love the shape and substance. Pair of them that come out next, just not quite sound enough for me. The young man's here that's circling the corner, a little neater looking than maybe the one that's going to exit. Like the shape of that one's head and neck, just a little too stiff off of both ends. Not quite coordinated enough when you watch her go out of her rear two. She'll get a little upright there in her pastern. The one that's going to exit the ring last here, young man's doing a good job. I like that one. Shape of rib, really stout from behind. Just not good enough at the ground and sound enough in her structure, but a really quality class. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 437, KRLE Miss Redemption Jade 135J, owned by Brighton Lane of Huntley, Montana. Second goes to 436, CH Caitlin 91J, owned by Camille Greer of Shelbyville, Texas. Third place goes to entry 441, RFC Miss Star 2150, owned by Nissa Charlotte Olson of Manhattan, Kansas. Fourth goes to entry 442, Gateway Shakira, owned by Camille Osmus from Houston, Texas. Fifth goes to entry 440, TR Miss Janessa 1645J, owned by Gus Shane of Holt, Missouri. 6th goes to entry 439, J&J Angelina 1058, owned by Drew Wagner of Hickory, Mississippi. And 7th place goes to entry number 443, AML Vanessa 121, owned by Isom Marston of Canton, Kansas. The placings again for Class 4 go 216, 5347. In the ring now, we will have your champion and reserve champion out of Division 1. I'd like to thank PSEC Charlet of Swanton, Nebraska as your Division 1 champion sponsor, and Gallagher Animal Management is your sponsor of your reserve champion.
I think a really good division to lead off with here in Division 1, and you know we're the most immature in age and development, and we had kind of some different kinds and styles, particularly in those first 2 classes, and kind of just got to navigate through, you know, and I'd encourage any of these kids in this first division here. I mean, these cattle got a long ways to go yet, and some of them maybe been shown, maybe haven't. We're all over the place in terms of condition. In flesh, and that's all right. Just keep showing them and just keep working with them, and be proud of what you brought through the ring here today. When it comes for a champion in reserve in this particular division, I really think probably comes down to the cattle out of the 3rd and 4th class. Those last 2, I think those cattle are really high quality, and their seconds are very, very neat as well. I do think it's close, and there's some different styles. One of them is real good, maybe a touch big for me, and the other one's real neat. Just wish she'd show a little better, but I think just a really good first division. When it comes down to the champion, though, I think the young lady out of that last class in this division that's circling right now, she's going to be our champion Division 1. Young lady from the 3rd class is going to be reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Your Division 1 champion goes to entry 437, KRLE Miss Redemption Jade 135J, owned by Brighton Lane of Huntley, Montana. Your reserve champion goes to entry 435, CCBS J-Lyn 1063 ET PLD, owned by Haley Schwecke of Gibbon, Nebraska. As we begin Division 2, coming in the ring next will be Class 5. I'd like to thank Trace Rios Silver as your Class 5 sponsor.
really neat class here, and hopefully if you're watching this one, I mean, wow, right? Just holy cow, these guys have got them looking right, and man, there's a lot of quality, and this top end is really, really neat, and these top 3, top 4, I mean, they're my speed, but I got to tell you, this young man's came through the ring and just kind of fired me up. I like this kind. I like this one a great deal. I think she's where she needs to be in terms of size and flesh and condition at this point. And man, that one has just got a set of running gear on her that's just absolutely tremendous. I love the way that her hind leg and her hip is constructed. Her balance is impeccable. I think she's got the right kind of shape. I just really, really like it. And these 2 young gentlemen are just doing a fantastic job of getting these cattle shown. Congratulations to the young man on a really, really nice class winner. Young man here in second, I asked him if he spent a lot of time in the barn getting her hair right, and he said he did, and I believe him. I mean, this one is 12 o'clock. She is ready to be shown, and young man, you can flat show one. I don't know how you did in showmanship, but probably pretty good. This heifer is just ready to rock and roll out here, and just balance and flows. Everything's so effortless, and the transitions that this one provides from the profile are outstanding. Her head, neck, and shoulder into her full rib, down in her top line. She too can just absolutely get out and go so effortlessly, incredibly sound structured. I love that one's feet and legs. In relation to the one that wins, not as genuine. That one could be just a little bit stouter. Great hair coat on her, but I think you dig through that just a little bit. Pin set's not quite as wide. Her stifle's not quite as impressive. I think she has more than enough to still be in second, but if she's going to get around that one that wins, we just stouten her up just a notch. And I really do like the one that's in third. Young lady, you run into the toughest class of the day so far because you want to talk about balance and a good cow look and a tremendous amount of rib, and one that's a little stouter, a little more bone as well. I really, really like her. Them top 2 are a little sounder out of their front end. That one will be a little pigeon-toed, twist in just a little bit. Not quite as neat looking as those other 2, but man, that one's really, really good. Young lady brings us a good one in third. Interesting one in fourth here, and she works up the longer these cattle are out here, and it just becomes, you know, originally distracted by that one's a little bit frailness of feature and the way that her rear pastern and foot is constructed. Originally maybe didn't give her enough credit, but you study the rest of what that one does. She gets out of her shoulder pretty good, neat in her head and neck, shaped right in her rib. Just couldn't get over that initial impression of how her hind leg is constructed. The one that comes out next, I mean, absolutely stout, absolutely powerful. I love that one's full rib shape, her turn to her stifle and quarter. I mean, just immense in terms of top side mass and dimension. With that probably comes just a little more coarseness than some of these other cattle. You see her being a bit bigger in her hot joint, not quite as stable there from behind. Not near as feminine and attractive up front, but man, what she does right, she does the best of any of them in this class. I thought about switching the pair and using probably a little better looking one here. Really just a complete kind of a heifer that everything balances together pretty nice. I don't know if she does it to the same level as some of the other ones. She's a little shorter and thicker in her neck, and I couldn't see that she was an improvement in terms of the way that her hind leg was constructed. Love the center third of that one's body, kind of has a low maintenance look about her. The one that's going to come out next, a little longer and cleaner in her neck and in her throat, a little more attractive there in her head and set better in her chest, and yet comes back with a really nice rib cage as well. Rear third of her throws off her balance. She'll be a little short in her hip and underneath herself as she goes. Heifer that's circling now, I like this one when she stopped, and I think if we just evaluated the cattle on the standstill, we could move her up, because that one ties her neck really correct in the upper part of her shoulder, probably a little longer and leveler in her hip. On the go, she just gets a little uncoordinated, maybe a little too weak there in her hip loin, like to square her up from behind. Heifer turning the ring, just really big volume, a lot of capacity there. That one's just a little coarser for me. One that rounds out the class, long and extended, maybe a little green yet, not quite as good in her rib, but a really nice class. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 5. First place goes to entry 447 with DCC Miss Rosie 2113, owned by Jaden Mata of Asherton, Texas. Second place goes to entry 449 LC Twizzler 2514, owned by Preston James Hartman of Tecumseh, Nebraska. Third place goes to entry 448 BRCHE, Danity Kane, 1512 PLD, owned by Emil Bergerton from New Iberia, Louisiana. Fourth place goes to entry 444. CCWGB Nala 136P ET, owned by Drew Creasy of Macomb, Illinois. Fifth place goes to 451. CCAH Jasmine 1941 PLD, owned by Avery Hahn of Winthrop, Minnesota. Sixth place goes to 450. JS Lady Lily 193 PLD, owned by Madison Rump of Burton, Kansas. Seventh goes to 445. MD Jamie 2116, owned by Tricia Dibdahl of Newcastle, Nebraska. Eighth place goes to 452. BRP Jade J26 PET, owned by Bella Parker of Godley, Texas. Ninth goes to entry number 454. SFC Miss Perfect 176, owned by Briley Means of Villisca, Iowa. In 10th place goes to 457. MC Miss Jewel 102P, owned by Rex Harrison of Holly Pond, Alabama. Those results again for Class 5 go 4-7 scratch, 1-3-2, 6-5, 8-9-10. In the ring next, we have Class 6 and would like to thank RSD Charlet and Rayleigh Downing of Troy, Texas as your Class 6 sponsor. I'd like to remind everybody this morning that the contest and silent auction items should be picked up in the Pinnacle Bank Expo Center by noon today, and you can go in the show office to pay for your purchases. Also, all of the contest score sheets are available in the show office. Please have one representative from each state stop by to pick them up. And again, all of our class winners should stop by the Sure Champ tent right down here on the west side of the show arena and pick up one bottle of the joint juice that they're giving away to all of our class winners.
more interesting class to navigate through, and you just get to, ringside judges, you can decide which type and kind you like in here, because we have a little bit of everything out here, little flavor of everything, and that's all right. And young people are doing a good job bringing their cattle to us. The one probably from the beginning that puts the most good things together for me, and I like quite a bit, is the young man's here in the center. I think without question the best balanced and most striking one from the profile. And I think she really highlights that throughout the duration of the class. She comes as one of the better shaped, more genuine cattle as well. And I don't know if we necessarily have the perfect structured one out here, but she's certainly towards the top end in that regard. And I think at the end of the day, in a little more challenging class, maybe she becomes kind of home base and you need to go ahead and use this one to lead off with. I had to decide what I wanted to do with this little bit bigger naveled one because I think the fundamentals are there, and the basic good is really nice in this particular heifer. Of any of them, she is probably the soundest. Particularly probably a little square off her front two than the one that wins, a little longer from hooks to pins, and maybe sets down with a little more athleticism off of her rear two. I like the center third of her body as well, just in terms of rib and flesh and having a good cow look about her. In relation to that one that wins, she's a little plainer. I don't know if she's as neat in her neck and chest. I don't know if she's just quite as striking, but a good heifer to be in second. And because of those faults, I'm tempted to use the young man's that's going to wind up into third. When he's just got her parked and posed, man, he can kind of get her shown off up front. He gets that old head up, and I think she probably attaches her neck more stylishly to the upper part of her shoulder and still comes back with a really good shape. I don't know, you watch that one go away from behind. She's not as square as she needs to be from her hock to the ground, a little coarser from that standpoint. I'm more comfortable with that one sitting there in third. Interesting one comes out into fourth. There's times I think she can get all the way into second, and her strengths are some look, some eye appeal, some presence from the side. She's very, very intriguing from that standpoint. I just don't know if it all ties together. I'd like to elevate her there at the top of her shoulders. She kind of runs downhill. Her tail head can get just a little bit high in her. Hopefully we're just at a weird growth stage for this young man's heifer, and she kind of comes out of that, because I do think there's a lot of really good things to appreciate. Maybe another interesting one that kind of follows along with the kind of the one that just exited the ring is the young ladies. And man, she wanted to make sure that this one was set up the whole time, and definitely applaud her for a really good job of working hard with this heifer. This is one of the neater ones, I think, and if we just placed them off of front end quality, she's the best one in this entire class. Her front 1/3 is exceptional in terms of being really, really eye appealing and stylish. I think that maybe a little more extreme look about her head and neck kind of translates to the center part of her body being a little tighter in her heart and flank. And then I don't know if she just gets out and goes. She's not wanting to cooperate perfectly, but if we gave that one just a little bit more rib, we could do more for her. Young man's that's coming out next, I mean, just a big center, deep-hearted, soft-flanked one. I really like those things. Hind leg construction's what gets that one in trouble. Runs a little frail and refined down to the ground. Maybe not quite as flexible as she gets out and goes, but he gets her parked and offers a lot of quality. One that's going to come out next, really deep-sided, kind of a soft, smooth-made kind of heifer. Like to see her just a little bit more genuine in the way that she's shaped out of her hip. Two cattle that are going to round out the class, loaded with stoutness and power. Both of them just a little bit too extreme. Young ladies maybe handles her front end just a little bit better than the one that rounds out the class, but appreciate their muscle and length. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 6. First place goes to 469. AML Cigaro 118, owned by Levi Henshaw of Secor, Illinois. Second goes to 465. F5 Miss Frankie 133 ET PLD, owned by Mason Field of Telephone, Texas. Third place goes to entry number 466. AML Cigaro 120, owned by Jackson Ebert from Polo, Missouri. Fourth goes to entry number 459. WIA Miss Firefly 198P ET, owned by Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Fifth goes to entry number 471. JFR JoJo's Shadow 1035 ET, owned by Bristol Lee of Gillum, Arkansas. Sixth place goes to 458. GC Miss Madonna 114P ET, owned by Wallin Thomas Maupin from New Bern, Tennessee. And seventh place goes to 468. F5 Miss Frankie 137 ET PLD, owned by Kyler Field of Telephone, Texas. Eighth goes to 464. DR Lisa 2771, owned by Katie Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. And ninth goes to entry 461. ODN Miss DV 17G/39B 127J, owned by Audrey Auden of Rapid City, South Dakota. Those results again for Class 6 go 649, scratch 823, scratch 71, scratch 5. In the ring next, we have Class 7, and would like to thank Silver Spur Ranches from Encampment, Wyoming as your Class 7 sponsor.
Good class here. Young folks working real hard for us, and I think bring us a nice set of cattle to evaluate. And I think this top end, interesting. You know, we got a few different styles. The young lady, though, was the class winner from the get-go for me. Just the way she balances is the best. Her feet and legs and her structural integrity is the most intriguing. And I think she's right where she needs to be in terms of her rib and her muscle pattern. Really enjoy that female. Think she makes a nice place to lead off. Congratulations to the young lady on her class winner. I thought just as quickly the young man's needs to be second. And if she was a little bit neater up in through her head and throat, she would beat that one that wins, because I think a little better there in her hip loin. I prefer that about her, and I think she gets out and goes and handles herself very collectively on the move. I love that one's heart and a turn into her flank at this stage of the game. Right on in her stifle as well. Young man, you got a really nice heifer there. He gets everything out of her as well from a showmanship standpoint. Really nice second place female. You know, I went ahead and switched this decision in third and fourth, and I thought that was the closest thing of this particular lineup in the entire class. These two cattle are on opposite ends of what they do and the strengths that they offer. The young man's is just a little bit more intriguing and eye-catching when you step in and study her here from the profile. Catches your attention a little bit faster up about her head and neck. Thinks a little fresher in the way that she's presented. Probably a little longer and more extended. I like that about her as well. I think she gets out and handles her shoulder and her knee with plenty of athleticism. Maybe the issue I take, and where I initially kind of maybe pulled him into fourth, is that one's hind wheels aren't quite stable enough for me. Need to see her go square all the way to the ground. We changed that about her. This class gets real tough because the rest of her is real nice. Man, kind of what you see is what you get with the young ladies, and I like what you see. I think, you know, this one you turn out and she looks exactly the same. Out in the pasture, she does here in the show ring. Read a lot of just value in the center part of this heifer's body, the shape of her forerib, her heart, and her flank. She's stout, but her muscle pattern is still plenty feminine enough. And, you know, it's interesting how she handles herself. I do think that she is a little square as she goes away. A little frailer and more refined when you study her bone work and her foot size as she works to the surface. Maybe a little shorter and more compact all the way through. Doesn't balance quite as well as those other cattle. I don't call her off balance, just maybe not as intriguing. We're going to leave her there in fourth. If we just judge the cattle on a side profile and they never move, this would be the class winner. And young man, you're doing a good job. She's not really wanting to cooperate for you, but this one has just got a killer look. Presented to the nines, really fresh. I like this condition and her presentation that she's in. Just lines out and balances so good here from the side. In motion, young man, is where I maybe want to see this one go just a little better. A little choppy in her stride. You know what, it's interesting because her angles are pretty good. Maybe we're just in a touch of a growth spurt here, or we're just a little tight wound from being at the show all week. One way or another, this one needs to flex and go, just be a little bit more athletic, because I really like her standing still. The one that comes out next is a shot stouter. You step around behind her, she's bigger in her pin set and stifle. Maybe with that, she doesn't balance quite as well. She opens up at the top and base of her shoulder, doesn't transition quite as good in her full rib, certainly stout. The one that's going to come out next, a lot of rib, a lot of flesh and body in that particular female. Touch plainer than maybe some of the other cattle, and she'll want to knuckle up in her pastern as she goes. The one that's going to come out next, ultra feminine and refined, maybe takes it a little bit too far in this lineup, being just a little frail in her feature and flat-sided. One that's going to round out the class, shaped really good from a muscle standpoint, just maybe need to smooth that one up from her shoulder to her full rib. Really good class. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 7. First place goes to entry 472, RF Cowgirl Exquisite 1270 ET, owned by Lindsay Lee Franklin of Ladonia, Texas. Second goes to entry number 474, DCC Miss Downtown 2110, owned by Ethan Adams of Blossom, Texas. Third goes to entry 475, WGB CC Lucy's Jewel 135P ET, owned by Alex Barnard of Foosland, Illinois. Fourth goes to entry number 476, WC Missy 1677P, owned by Camille Greer of Shelbyville, Texas. Fifth goes to entry number 481, TR Miss Jessie 1729J ET, owned by Caden Willett of Falls City, Texas. Sixth goes to entry number 477, WIA Miss Firebug 19P ET, owned by Lexi Thomas of Portales, New Mexico. Seventh goes to entry 479, FFF Jolie 1095, owned by Sage Revels of Webster, Florida. Eighth place goes to 480, DR White Satin 2021, owned by Shayla Dismukes of Chakota, Oklahoma. And ninth place goes to entry 478, DDC Mary Rose J55, owned by Eliza Downey of Prattville, Alabama. Placings again for Class 7 go 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 7, 8, 5. In the ring next, we have Class 8, and would like to thank the Kansas Junior Charlet Association as your Class 8 sponsor.
interesting class here, and I don't necessarily apologize for taking a little bit longer. There's a lot of good cattle in here, but all of them have maybe a different fault, if you will, and kind of just trying to wade through these deeper waters and decide where to put some emphasis and some priorities. And you know, we got some different attitudes of the cattle as well that you kind of got to deal with. And man, this one is super, super tame, and my 8-year-old's going to be showing next year, and I hope we're able to show one like this that has an attitude, is tame and is gentle, and works with this young lady the way that she does. Not necessarily the speediest cheetah out here, however, and it makes it interesting to get a read on her hind leg. We're just going to get it right out there. I don't know if that one's the squarest in her hock, but at the end of the day, the other 95% of her is without question the best, and so that's why she's going to go ahead and win. And maybe if we see her get out and go a little better and we really get a read on how that hawk is assembled, but man, you want to talk about one that balances, one that's put together right from the side, that is absolutely unique at this stage of the game in her rib cage and her muscle pattern, still has some presence and eye appeal. Really, really like the rest of what she does. Young lady's doing a good job and just very unique and intriguing individual. Same can be said for the young man's. And this one, she came in, I said, we're going to need to see her lap just again because she has a different kind of hind leg. It's just right down in her pastern. I don't know if she's just not wanting to cooperate quite as well and really just be as stable as I'd like her to be there. But man, he gets her stopped and gets her presented. That is one awesome shape, fresh, really neat thinking about the generating value and what that one can create. We tweak her pastern there just a little bit. But man, that's a very interesting duo. I'll be thinking about that one for a while. Those are really, really neat cattle. The one that comes into third, you know, there was times I thought, well, this would be the class winner because she probably just takes a longer stride than both of those two. Really like the angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee. Probably ties her neck a little higher and more correct to the upper part of her shoulder as well. She's fantastic in the way that she is shaped in her rib cage, back out through her hip and her stifle. In comparison to those top two cattle, gets a little crestier in the shape of her neck, gets a little bit rounder in her hip. Just don't know if that one's quite as striking and as intriguing from the profile here. Toughest situation, go ahead and put that one third, but that's where I like her. Interesting beast comes out here in fourth, and I think there's some pieces and parts there in terms of front end femininity. She takes a decent length of stride. Both cattle in 4 and 5, I just need to see more of them. This one gets a little flat in her forerib and a little tight in her heart for me. I don't know how genuine she is when you step around behind her. Made neat here from the side. Just wish we could pack a little more power into that one. We could move her up. You know, a heifer that comes out next is maybe not quite as fresh as some of these other cattle, but you dig into the things that she does right. She actually balances really, really well from the side. She flows very effortlessly from her head, neck, and shoulder into her forerib and out through her hip. This is one of the longer and leveler hip cattle in the class whose tail head sets right in her. Young lady gets her set up with some presence and look here from the side. Another one, though, you just see her being kind of narrow and closed up all the way, a little bit flat. I just wish we could stouten that one up just a little bit to really make her as striking as some of those other cattle. You know, the one that comes out next is presented incredibly well. The young lady's doing a very good job of getting her presented for us. Neat looking, chest sets up in her right. I like her flank and her heart. Think that one's shaped good. Her problem maybe comes you get out on the move. She's just a little bit choppy. Ask the young lady to lead her just a little faster, maybe loosen her up there. But that one's just a little choppy as she goes, a little straight up and down off of both ends. The young lady circling the ring here for us next, she maybe has more length of stride. I don't know if she gets there more coordinated, but she is really long in her stride. Love the way that that one is shaped in the center part of her body and out through her hip. Maybe wants to open up just a notch for me at the top of her shoulder, be a little more set out at the point of it as well. If we clean that up just a little, we can move that one up several placings. Heifer that's circling the ring here next. Young lady's done a good job of getting her shown. Really, really one of the better showmen in this particular lineup. I like this heifer's depth and softness from that standpoint. Doesn't balance and tie it together as well as the other cattle. A little rougher in the way that her neck attaches into her shoulder and how she comes in her tail, head, and hip. Heifer that comes out next, shoulder back, like her. Kind of a low maintenance, deep sided, easy fleshing kind, a little bit plainer. One that comes out next, got some length, got some extension, has some fluidity in their movement. That heifer wants to get a little tight there in her heart and back into her flank. One that comes out next, extra stout, extra powerful. She's got some foot and some bone, little rounder, little coarser. Yellow heifer that's going to round out the class. Similar story, big topped and big hip. Just need to see that one a little bit square and truer from behind, level her up from hooks to pins. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 8. First place goes to entry 489, BRCHE, Hot Sauce 1509, PLD, ET, owned by Bevan Lynn Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Second place goes to 493, WGB, CC, Miss Lucy K, 134P, ET, owned by Isa Marston of Canton, Kansas. Third goes to entry number 482, JAB Evangeline 151 Polled, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Fourth goes to entry 496, WGB CC JC 133P ET, owned by Jillian Stone of Clinton, Missouri. Fifth goes to entry 484, TR Miss Jovi 1724J ET, owned by Haley McCown of Valley Center, Kansas. Sixth is entry 486, White Rose Outside Love 133J, owned by Samantha Gerlach of Columbus, Montana. Seventh goes to entry 485, CRT Precious 151, owned by Cora Tony of Ephrata, Washington. Eighth goes to 492, MJ Miss Polly 118P ET, owned by Kylan Oaks from Tologa, Oklahoma. Ninth place is entry 491, MCC Renee 180, owned by Layla Page of Fullerton, Nebraska. 10th is entry 495, ECP Copy Encore 2117, owned by Chloe Silka of Hurlburt, Oklahoma. 11th place is entry 488, ODN Miss Rain Dance /D129 104J, owned by Noah Auden, Rapid City, South Dakota. And 12th place goes to entry 487, CCF Cookin' Miss Red Rose 113, owned by Paige Shelton of Jamestown, Missouri. Those results again for Class 8 go 3, 5, 7, 6, 12, 11, 1, 9, 8, 2, 10, 4. In the ring now, we've got your Division II champion and reserve. We'd like to thank Eichhoff Charlet of Vernon, Nebraska as your Division II champion sponsor, and your reserve champion is sponsored by West Fork Ranch of Loop City, Nebraska.
As we move into this division, I think tremendous lineup of cattle, 4 really, really good class winners, good set of seconds, and we excuse some good cattle back in the barn. I think there is one, I mean, she is my speed. I like her a great deal. I think it gets close between 2 of them for reserve, but the young man out of the first class, he's going to have our champion in this division. I like that heifer a great deal.
Your division champion is entry number 447, DCC Miss Rosie 2113, owned by Jaden Mata of Asherton, Texas.
We bring that second in, and man, I think she's one of the studs out here. And to be honest with you, it comes down between her and the heifer that wins the last class. It's nothing to take away from the cattle in the middle two. I just see a lot of value and uniqueness, different kinds. That one's a little neater looking. There's a tremendous amount of cow value in the one that came out of the 4th class. Got to see her maybe go just a little speedier this time, and I'm going to give her Hawk a pass. Young lady, you're going to have reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Your reserve division champion is entry number 489, BRCHE Hot Sauce 1509, PLD ET, owned by Bevan Lynn Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. As we move into Division 3, in the ring next will be Class 9. Would like to thank Quarter Circle 7 Livestock from Boss, Missouri as your Class 9 sponsor.
smaller class, but these young folks are doing a good job out here for us. Cattle that have different strengths that come to the front, and probably going to use what I think is the one that just balances together a little better. Front, middle, and rear third kind of blend and tie a little bit more attractively. She's a little better there, probably in the shape of a rib, down in her heart and into her flank. Heifer's pretty stout and powerful when you step around behind her as well. Maybe not quite as good in terms of just length of stride and fluidity of movement. A little bigger maybe in her hock joint than the one in second, but I think a quality female, certainly the freshest in her presentation to go ahead and lead off with and win. The one that's going to be in second is without question the best on her feet and legs, really long and athletic in her stride. I like that one, shoulder and knee construction, length and levelness of hip, how she gets out and travels really attractively. I think maybe you study her when she gets stopped and posed up. Don't know if she balances quite as well in through her head and neck. Maybe not quite as impressive in terms of her presentation and freshness. Not quite as good in the shape of a rib, but love the way that one's structured down at the ground. The one in third is best highlighted when she stopped on the profile, and the young lady kind of lines her out for us. See some length and levelness in her top line, some width and dimension there as well. She's got plenty of bone and feature. For me, a little more up and down off of either end, kind of straighter in her shoulder and knee, maybe a little tighter and more rigid there in her hock, but a good one when she gets stopped and posed up. One's going to come out next. I think there's just more to her than the yellow one. A little bolder in her full rib shape, a little stouter in her pin set, and then combines that with some look up front. In relation to some of these other cattle, we've got a pair of maybe lower performing ones that just don't quite have the substance and guts that the other ones do. The yellow heifer here that rounds out the class gets out of her front end pretty good, probably giving up as much performance and show ring presence as any of them, but a nice class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your results for Class 9. First place goes to entry 502, HF Miss Charlie 155, owned by Emma Dawn Hankins of Springfield, Missouri. Second goes to 503, Diamond T Boy Impressive 012J, owned by Michael Peyton Ridley of Chatsworth, Georgia. Third place goes to 501, LaFraise Blakely 961K ET, owned by Macy Hoig of Illinois City, Illinois. Fourth place goes to 497, VCR Miss County Crossing 2103P, owned by Hadley Holt of Lake Preston, South Dakota. And fifth place goes to entry 504, WCC Miss Cassie, owned by Miley Wagey of Lake Park, Iowa. Those results again for Class 9 go 4-3-1, 2-5 excused. In the ring now, we have Class 10. Would like to thank Harris Livestock Farm from Hepler, Kansas as your Class 10 sponsor.
Nice class here. Young folks doing a good job. And the young ladies that's going to win this class, I'm the most comfortable with the things that this one does right. You know, she's got a little extra set to her hock, and we just get around that fact and accept that's a good cow, and we don't worry about it. I think we see the quality that she does offer from there on. I think her shoulder lays into her body a little smoother than the one in second, and she gets out and handles herself really collected from that standpoint. Heifer that balances from the side and just has a nice center rib cage in her. I think her muscle pattern sets up good. I just think a good quality cow to go ahead and lead off with. Young lady's doing a good job of getting her shown. I think the heifer that's in second is a little neater and a little fresher, probably more attractive in about her head and neck and where her chest sets up in her. Really love the way their neck attaches to the upper part of her shoulder. But she comes back with an awesome shape as well. That one's big topped and stout pinned. Really, really good dimension into her stifle. That extra width and substance and power is probably why she's not quite as good when you see her from behind. That heifer could just ever so slightly squared up in her hock. Her shoulder wants to come out in her just a little bit as well. I don't know if you see her in front or behind as she's quite as neat as I'd like her to be, but still a quality profile to go ahead and be there in second. The one that's in third is my favorite in her front 2/3. I just think that one's really good there. She balances like a cow should. She's got a nice shape in her fore rib and depth of her heart. Good turn into her flank and the right kind of muscle pattern at this age and stage of maturity. The rear third of her skeleton gets her in trouble. She wants to be off in her hip, get a little upright in her pasture and a little small in that rear foot. We reassemble the way she's designed there. We can do more for her because I really like the things she does. Young lady's pretty good on the stick here that's going to be in fourth. And I mean, you getting every good look at this heifer. Really appreciate that about her and being just a tremendous showman. I think that heifer, you know, in her own way, balances pretty well in terms of her head and neck and her muscle pattern and her rib. In comparison, in this lineup, there isn't as much heifer there, and I don't know if she just gets a little short for me all the way through to really just rival those top ones. Man, young lady, you're just doing a great job. She might toe out just a notch as well up front, but a pretty good female to be this far in the class. Kind of a yellower one comes out next. Young man's doing a good job of presenting her. I think that one's a little squarer on her front too, good in the angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee. And I think that heifer ties her neck correctly to the upper part of her shoulder as well. Take her from there back, gets a little flat in her fore rib, just not as much female there, a little narrow into her pin set as well. Could freshen her up a notch, but like the front third of her. Really a stout one, and you know, if you just want to use some extra muscle and stoutness and power, move this one up a few places. She's bold in her full rib. She's big top. She's stout when you step in and study her from behind. A little much maybe for me. I don't see her to be quite as feminine and quite as stylish. Her hock joint is just a little bigger as well. Clean her up a little. I think we could move her higher. The young man's that's going to come out next, similar story. Extra stout, extra powerful, a lot of muscle. See her up front. She wants to kind of open up and set out on her shoulder. Don't see her to be quite as refined and feminine as I'd like. She'll get a little straight off of either end either. One that's going to round out the class, probably at a significant performance disadvantage in this lineup. Still got some look about her. I just want to see her a little leveler there in her hip, maybe a little more performance like we mentioned. Good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 10. First place goes to entry 507, WIA Brenda Stahl, 194P, owned by Madison Norrell of Bartlett, Nebraska. Second goes to 508, LaFraise Viola, 21A, ET, owned by Grace Lemonauger from Fairbury, Illinois. Third goes to 512, SFC Phoebe, 169, owned by Michaela Hauk of Prescott, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 509, Bar L Miss Desire, owned by J.C. Littleton of Sims, Texas. Fifth goes to entry 510, SCF Baby Doll, owned by Elijah D. Hahn of Lamont, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 514, JF BHSC Cardi Brightside 05J, owned by Emma Caffey of Rizal, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry 513, Reeves Miss Christie 2105, owned by Hayden Sampson of Afton, Tennessee. And eighth place goes to 511, PS Beatrice 44, owned by Katie Beckman of Wynne, Arkansas. Those results again for Class 10 go 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 3, 7, 6. In the ring next, we have Class 11. Would like to thank Sherman Heights Farm of Colo, Iowa as your Class 11 sponsor.
interesting class here, and we could probably come in here and sort this one a variety of different ways, and I think there's good cattle in here, and they offer good things, but they're all just a little bit different in terms of how they come to us today. The one really comfortable using is the young man's. I think just complete fault-free kind of cattle here that just hard to pick a hole in. She balances, she's pretty good structured, she's got a nice kind of rib. I mean, it's a good heifer. Maybe not just as pearly white as a couple of them, but I think you kind of dig into her, and there's quality there, and I like her quite a bit. Young man's doing a nice job of getting her shown. Congratulations to our class winner. The heifer that's in second, there's more female there. I like the performance, the stoutness, the length of body. I like all those things that she offers and our advantages over our class winner. A little longer in her neck and more extended all the way through. Ultra powerful. And we got a pair of them here. They got a lot of substance to them. A little smaller in that rear foot. I don't know if she gets out and flexes in her hock quite as good either, or is quite as neat in about her chest and in her neck. But a good quality second place heifer. I'm comfortable being where she stands. You know, this young man's here on the profile, and when she's standing still, we can do a lot for her. The way that her shoulder transitions into a bold full rib, the power in down her top and out through her hip. Really like the length and levelness that she has all the way through. I think she got the right kind of rib cage. Up front, that one's not as stylish. She's a little not quite as feminine in her head and neck. Main issue is you see her get out and go. I just don't know if she flexes as good from her hock to the ground. I'd like to see her a little more coordinated as she travels away from behind. You know, one that you got to decide what you want to do with is this little one here in the center of the ring. And I think maybe we see just a shot more performance and growth, young man. We could do a little more for this one because I think what she does right is very good. This one sounds structured. She's good balance. She's good looking. Just gets kind of overwhelmed out here from a size and dimension and rib standpoint. So I'm going to go ahead and leave her here where she stands. Interesting and unique individual to be in this particular class. Kind of a stout one comes out next, and a lot of bone, a lot of feature, a lot of muscle and rib. Probably pushes that just a little bit too far for me. I'd like her to see just a better looking, maybe a little more collected in her top line, a little more coordinated as she goes, but certainly enjoyed some of the breeding pieces that she does offer. The young man's coming out next. The front 2/3 of this one I appreciate. Her neck attaches to the upper part of her shoulder really well. I think she's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. She's good in the depth of her heart and the turn of her flank. And he's pretty good on the show stick. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed watching him show. He gets every good thing out of her. That one up front to me toes out pretty good and wants to twist in from that standpoint. I don't know if she just reaches. And then in terms of her hip being a little off, hock being a little tight, I wish we could get out and go. But man, I admire that young man on the end of the show stick, getting everything he can out of her. Interesting heifer here, and a little maybe neater looking than some of the cattle directly above her. And I like the added refinement from that standpoint. In my opinion, this one's just a little too short and jammed up all the way through. It doesn't allow her to just really balance for me, but I think her femininity is certainly worth warranting. The young man's that's coming out next, I mean, performance, power, length of body, width, dimension, impressive from behind. Not maybe as stylish as I'm after. A little rounder and coarser there in her neck, a little harsher in her center body. But what she does right, she certainly does really well. Young lady that's going to round out this class, you know, that one is pretty fresh in her presentation for us here today. I think she's got the right kind of flesh and condition. For me, she wants to open up just a little bit in her shoulder, be a little tighter all the way through her body. But a nice class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 11. First place goes to entry 523, Circle B, Nora J068, owned by Brant Benish of Albion, Nebraska. Second place goes to 527, RSD Betty's Gold 6221, owned by Rayleigh Downing of Troy, Texas. Third goes to 518, LaFraise Brinley 961F ET, owned by Kurt Lemonauger of Fairbury, Illinois. Fourth place goes to 517, CH Miss Farah 501J, owned by Austin Dorhoff of Henley, Missouri. Fifth place goes to 516, BCC5 Bullard Opal ET, owned by Mackenzie Epperson of Laredo, Missouri. Sixth goes to 526. LJR Miss Redemptive 3100J ET, owned by Kix Lee of Gilliam, Arkansas. Seventh place goes to 520. Starstruck Pat TW, owned by Russ Wagner of Hickory, Mississippi. Eighth place goes to 528. ODN Miss Sideline / 131D 22J, owned by Caleb Auden of Ree Heights, South Dakota. And ninth place goes to 525. Lazy H Resource 1014, owned by Aubrey Mitchell of Justin, Texas. Those results again for Class 11 go 5-4, 3-7 scratch, 1-9, 6-2-8. In the ring now we have Class 12 and would like to thank SAC Show Cattle in Hampstead, Maryland as your Class 12 sponsor.
I like this one. I like this one a lot. I think she wins pretty handily. In my opinion, the easiest class winner we've had all day. This one's my speed. She looks like a cow. She's sound. I like that one a great deal. Young man's doing a good job of showing her. I like that one a lot. I think the young lady fits pretty easily in second, just as easily as he wins. This one's second for me as the other good balanced one. The other neat looking one, she's pretty good in her rib. Not as sound as the one that wins. Not quite as good in her knee, not quite as good down in her pastern, but a heifer that balances well when she stopped. Young lady's doing a good job of showing her quality female, just not quite as good as that one that wins. My decision really is the 1 and 3 and 4, and I think I go back and forth. And this young man's, if we could just overlook her feet, we could do a lot for this one. I love the way that that one's top part of her is constructed in her head, in her neck, in her chest. Look at how that ties into her shoulder and her rib cage. Look at how she comes down her top and out through her hip and across her stifle. Whoa, young man, you bring us a very good one to get third. I just don't like that one's front feet. They're pretty small and twisted. I don't like her rear feet. They're a little bit too small, and it just doesn't allow her to be as sound and take as long and fluid of a stride as those two that beat her. But man, there's some neat things in that one to be in third. Thought about switching it with the young man's that comes out next. I think she's a little more acceptable in her foot size and shape. I think she's a little more flexible there in her hock as well. I think for her stage of maturity, she's got more than enough rib and muscle. Issue with that one, not quite as neat about her head and neck, not quite as good in her chest floor. Some show ring things probably get that one into fourth, but I think from there back, she's awfully good. Interesting beast here, and I see a lot of value in the way that this one's constructed in her rib and her muscle pattern. I love her heart, her full rib, the turn into her flank. I love that one. Stoutness of pin set and stifle. And you know what's interesting, she still handles it with a flexible set and security in her hock and pastern. Up front, man, I just can't get over the way that that one's pretty wide and opened up in her shoulder. Doesn't just really get out and go. You know, we had one like this in the last class, and I like these kind of cattle that are sound, they're good built. I think that one's got some look and presence. She's got enough rib. This lineup, though, man, she just gets a little overwhelmed in terms of performance and width and power. I think she kind of needs to be where she's at. The young man coming out next, you know, he's got this heifer really fresh. He's fed her really well. I think she's got a nice shape there in her full rib. Probably rear third of her body, young man's what doesn't allow her to balance. She runs a little tight back into her flank, gets a little restricted in how she handles her hock and pastern. Young lady coming up next, man, this one is stout and good shape. With that, she's maybe just a touch coarser than a few of them, bigger in her hock joint than maybe I'd like to see. Young man coming next, I mean, similar one that's just whoa from behind. If you want some muscle and substance, she's going to get it done for you. She, too, maybe not quite as feminine up front, but a really good class. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 540. Boyd Jennifer, 990J, ET, PLD, owned by Max Troyer of Kelowna, Iowa. Second place goes to 537. DKF, BRCHE, Stitches, 1507, PLD, ET, owned by Bevan Lynn Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Third goes to entry 538. Conley Lady Jet, 153C, owned by Cinch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Fourth place goes to 531. JASR, Poison Ivy, 102JP, owned by Cody Jedlecka of Koshkonong, Missouri. Fifth goes to entry 539. LKD, Miss Journey, 1136, owned by Jalen Rogers of Fort White, Florida. Sixth place goes to 536. CH, Miss Hope, 506J, owned by Madeline Daroff of Henley, Missouri. Seventh goes to entry 529. LCC, Precious, 2113, owned by Mick Lindstrom of Centerville, South Dakota. Eighth goes to 530. GHC, Chloe, owned by Izzy Sheridan of Tinmouth, Colorado. And ninth place goes to entry 533. GC, Miss Devil's Diva, 103, TW, owned by Carter Greer of Shelbyville, Texas. Those results again for Class 12 go 784, 96, 2, 3, 5, 1. In the ring next, we have Class 13, and would like to thank Kudrin Charlet of Gibbon, Minnesota, as your Class 13 sponsor.
good class here, and one that just kind of comes together for me. And you know, I like this young man's quite a bit, and I think you know, she wins, and it's nothing to take away from the rest of the cattle in this lineup. But that's a neat individual. I mean, killer looking, super fresh, presented exceptionally well. Love her muscle and rib cage. I mean, just a quality heifer. I like that one to win pretty straightforward. Young Ladies is not quite as hairy and not quite as fresh, but you dig into that one, and man, that's a good cow right there, folks. I mean, she balances. She's good structured. I love her rib cage. I mean, her forerib, man, and I like that one's muscle pattern to go along with it. She's just not as unique about her head and neck. She's not quite as good in her hip from a levelness standpoint, or quite as stable there in her hock. But man, that's a good cow to go ahead and follow up an awfully special class winner. Nice second place heifer. You know, really like the cattle in 3 and 4. I think there's a lot of good in them. This is a quality class. Young Lady stops, and I mean, she gets this one presented, and man, you like what you see here. You want to talk about one whose shoulder and full rib transition might be the best of any heifer we've had all day. Smooth shouldered, bold forerib, big top, dimensional hip, but still looks like a female should with all that stoutness, substance, and mass. She doesn't handle her rear too as good as the cattle directly above her. Wants to just be a little shorter in her hip from a balance standpoint. Doesn't allow her to flex quite as good. A good quality heifer to be in 3rd. Really unique one and exciting one to think about breeding around is the one that's here in 4th. And long and good in her neck, but stout and powerful. She has as much natural substance of bone and foot size as any of them. Just doesn't kind of blend it. That heifer wants to open up in her shoulder, set out in her chest. She'll kind of twist and turn on them front two, kind of knuckle and pop her pastern a little as she goes, but a lot of unique things to think about breeding around. You know, if we could see this heifer here just get out, man, just travel a little bit more, because, whoa, take a look at that. I mean, Young Lady walks her into position every time. She lines out. That one's stylish and attractive. She's a little fresher than the cattle in 3 and 4. I like that about her, maybe a little more refined in her muscle pattern. You watch that one go a little stilty and straight off of both ends. Just doesn't quite flex and give the way that she needed to. You know, the front 2/3 of the young man's that's circling the ring right now get me pretty excited in terms of her neck, shoulder attachment, shape in her forerib, the reach out of her front end. Rear third of her throws her off of balance. She gets up underneath herself, doesn't get out and track quite as well as I'd like her to. The heifer that comes out next, man, that one is strong top, really level hip. She's got more than enough rib. She too can get a little straight up and down for me comparative to some of these other cattle. Opens up just a little at the top of her shoulder. Just want to see that one more flex and give. Love the rib cage, the substance, and the volume of the one that's circling the ring now. Not quite as neat looking, a little coarser in her head and neck and bigger in her navel. Heifer that's going to round out the class probably has that advantage from the head and neck standpoint. I just don't think that one balances in the way that her hip is constructed. Really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 13. First place is entry 543, PL Lady Wilma, owned by Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Second goes to 546, PF Miss Mercedes 1502, owned by Abby Heifer from Russell, Iowa. Third place goes to 551, GHC Kayla 1015, owned by Faith Johnson of Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth goes to 553, CJB Tommy 135J ET, owned by Elenia Diaz Galindo from Greeley, Colorado. Fifth place goes to 544, PL Miss Outsider, owned by Cora Tony from Ephrata, Washington. Sixth place goes to 549, DLB Miss Josephine 103, owned by Dylan Borg of Concord, Nebraska. Seventh goes to 550, TR Miss Outsider 1943J ET, owned by Abigail Nelson from Rice, Minnesota. Eighth place goes to 545, K&D Miss May, owned by Devin Kester of Elizabeth, Illinois. And ninth place goes to 541, PF Miss Tessa 1503, owned by Allison Myers of Osceola, Iowa. Those results again for Class 13 go 915, 82 scratch 6 734 scratch. In the ring next, we have Class 14 and would like to thank Bar None Hat Company as your Class 14 sponsor.
and it's a good class here, and hopefully you guys appreciate the level of cattle that these young folks have brought to us. Man, there's as much depth and as many good things in these heifers all the way down through this class as we've had so far today, and nothing short of these top three as well. And you know, this has been an interesting division where the class winners have kind of stood out pretty logically for me, and this is another one that I think needs to win this class. A good balanced, good looking cow that's sound on her feet and legs, has enough muscle and width and power. I mean, you just start asking yourself, what doesn't she do? She's also really well presented and very fresh. I like that one a great deal. Neat heifer to go ahead and win. I like this one in second a lot. I just think about the cow value here and the rib cage and the muscle, and you know, you wouldn't maybe expect her to move the way that she does. And other than this young lady probably knows she moves pretty good. This heifer's sound. She's good in her shoulder. She's good in her knee. I love that hip and hind leg construction, to have that kind of width, substance, and power, and yet be clean jointed. Move like that. She's better footed than the cattle in third and fourth. Relation to the one that wins, she's not quite as good and stylish in her head and neck, not quite as clean in her chest floor, but man, that's a neat heifer to be there in second. I'm pretty excited about things that she does right. You know, the cattle in 3 and 4 are interesting, and there's some viewpoints on this one in third that I think are very tempting. Directly from the side, that heifer kind of lines out pretty nice. Her neck attaches good, the length of her hip, and you're like, all right. You get that front 3/4 view though, and you'll get a look at what her problem is. She's kind of flat in her full rib. Shoulder wants to open up just a little bit, both at the top and the base of her. Tail head kind of comes out. Her hip loin's not quite perfect. You know, just gets to be a little piecier than those top 2 cattle, but some neat things. Young lady, if we could make your heifer better footed, this one would rival any of them that have come through the ring. I mean, look at that head and neck. I like them to be stylish. I like them to be good looking. She is probably the prettiest one we've seen come through the ring. And then uniquely enough, that is one stout, awesome shape, big top, huge hipped one. I just don't like the way she is down at the ground. She's a little small in her foot size, particularly that rear foot concerns me. She's a little upright in her pastern, and as a result, not as coordinated and as confident in her step as I'd like her to be. But man, some unique things. This heifer here, if she was a little further along, she just does not have enough heart and flank and full rib to run with those other ones, but the young lady got her presented to the 9s, exceptional showman. Another one that's just killer to look at. She's really good in her top line and out through her hips. She sets her tail right. Just need to see her a little further along in her way, in her presentation and in her heart and down and through her flank, but a good one there. The young man coming out next, one of the more moderate cattle probably of the lineup, and if you want one like that, you probably love this one. She's big ribbed, she's easy doing, still balances pretty well. For me, just a little short, a little compact. I'd like to stretch her out and extend her everywhere, maybe see her just a little more performance driven to run with some of them other ones. But again, if this is your speed, you got to appreciate the quality in this particular heifer. The one that comes out next that the young lady's showing, I mean, her best viewpoint is that 3/4 from behind. You really get to admire and appreciate the shape in her hip and her stifle. She got a nice turn into her flank. Doesn't maybe blend it together. She opens up in her shoulder, doesn't transition as neat and smooth there into her full rib either. A little bit tight there in her heart. The heifer that's circling the ring here, I like this one's freedom of movement and flexibility. She's really good when she stopped right there and handles herself extremely collected. Similar story to some of these other cattle, just need to see more of her. A little more performance, a little more power and width, but I like the fundamental pieces of structural correctness and balance that she does offer. Heifer that's coming next, I mean, this one is big bodied, a lot of volume, a lot of width and power, maybe a touch coarse in through her head and neck. She's a little fat and stale for me as well. Kind of a yellow one coming out next. Again, another big full rib, deep flank, stout hipped one. She too is just a touch coarse and maybe not quite as flexible as she goes. The heifer that rounds out the class, a little smoother shouldered, stronger top, kind of an option. See that one being a little straighter in her shoulder and tighter in her spine. Nice class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 14. First place goes to entry 566. with TR Miss Giselle 1918J ET, owned by Shade Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Second goes to 560 LJR Miss Tiger 3164J ET, owned by Lexi Hughes from Elmont, Texas. Third place goes to 555 LJR Miss Jana 3107J, owned by Madison Ashcroft from Clinton, Oklahoma. Fourth goes to 558 GHCC JPV Grace 2J, owned by Maddie Harward from Richfield, North Carolina. Fifth place goes to 556 RF Miss Duchess 1151 ET, owned by Braid Adam from Lathrop, Missouri. Sixth goes to 557 RW CC Jersey Girl 1207 ET PLD, owned by William Thomas Maupin of New Bern, Tennessee. Seventh place goes to 561 TR Miss Jolene 1905J ET, owned by Sarah McCown from Valley Center, Kansas. Eighth goes to 563 FFF Vivian 1053, owned by Riley Revels of Webster, Florida. Ninth place goes to 562 2H New Germain 2107P ET, owned by Daley Heck from Grove City, Minnesota. 10th goes to entry 564 NR Mamie 112, owned by Cora Tony of Ephrata, Washington. And 11th place goes to 559 R&K Miss Bronco 1108 PLD, owned by Brinley Alber from Guide Rock, Nebraska. Those places again for Class 14 go 3-5, 6-4, 11-2-7, 9-8, 10-1. In the ring now, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 3. Would like to thank our sponsor for your Division 3 champion is Bullard Cattle Company in Cornell, Illinois, and your reserve champion is sponsored by Red River Valley Farm in Winchester, Kentucky.
And we're interrupting a pretty classic song there. I kind of was thinking about maybe just letting it play, but these young folks have worked hard so far in this division, and man, what a lineup out here, and just really starting to get into the heat of it, and really, really pleased with these class winners and these seconds. You know, we still got a little age variation out here. We're not super tightly grouped yet, but man, we got a good lineup, and hopefully you guys are excited and proud to be out here in this division, because this is a good division. I mean, these some heat in here for sure, and I do think that it is fairly close, and there are 4 of them out here that really kind of stick out to me a great deal. 3 class winners and a second that I think are just exceptional cattle. Really trying to kind of highlight what I like here in some of these class winners, and they're really, really neat. I do think it's close, and I go back and forth a little bit. One of them just hit me so hard in her particular class as just being my speed and the kind you can do so many things with. Young man that came out of our 4th class right here, you're going to be our champion in this division. Congratulations.
Your Division III champion is entry number 540, BOY Jennifer 190J ET PLD, owned by Max Troyer of Kelowna, Iowa.
As Jennifer, as they say, exits the ring there, I really think in contention for reserve, it comes down to these 2 females that were out of our last class. I think they're both awfully good. One of them's probably just a little bit better constructed in her hip and hind leg. Young man right here, you're going to have reserve in this division. Congratulations.
Your Reserve Division III champion is entry number 543, PL Lady Wilma, owned by Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. In the ring next, we will have Class 15. Would like to thank Dibdall Charlet in Newcastle, Nebraska, as your Class 15 sponsor.
Good class here as we get into our next division. I like these top two cattle quite a bit. I think the young ladies is just so well balanced and so well put together. Everything ties and transitions incredibly well. Strong in her top line, probably a little better out through her hip. Really like the center part of her body, the depth of her heart and a turn into her flank. Just a tremendous amount of things to appreciate in that female. Congratulations on a nice class winner. Wish the second place heifer would want to come to the big city and show off today, because I think, this one's feet and legs are just really nice. Look at the set there to her knee and how square she is out front. You see her just want to get out and travel country and go really nice. Me personally, I like her added performance and length as well, maybe over the one that wins this particular class. In relation to our class winner, though, she'll get a little tight there in her hip loin. Doesn't allow her to maybe just reach out of her rear too quite as well, but I think there's a lot of good things and a really quality heifer to be there in second. I thought about switching the pair and using this one here that's going to end up in third. Man, this one's just substance and dimension is impressive. Love her rib cage, love her muscle pattern and how it lays on her. Maybe from behind, she'll kind of swing that old hind leg and get outside of herself just a little. Wants to pop and kind of roach there in her pastern. Maybe the depth of heel that she has is not quite significant enough to be big enough in her foot size, but I like her from there up. Interesting beast here, and if we just judged him on the standstill, this one would be second. Neat looking, good balance, nice head and neck quality, fresh in her presentation. Too up and down and stiff as she gets out and goes, just kind of a little bit straight and tight. Want to see that one just a little sounder structured. On the other side of things, the young man's here, really loose structured. Quite a bit longer and more athletic stride. Good work, boss man. She's kind of been a pain there. But young man here, 568, exiting the ring. I mean, that one's good in terms of the fundamentals of some rib and flesh. A little bit plainer for me, I guess, than some of the other cattle. But I like the basic things that she does do right. I think, wow, in terms of just some feature and bone here, is the young man's in the center of the ring. Really, really stout, dimensional. A lot of width across their stifle and substance, a little plainer as well. Young man's that exit in the ring there. It's one of the cleaner jointed, sounder ones. We get farther down in class, just maybe not up enough of her. Young man here with the blue show stick. I like that heifer's length of body, shape of muscle that she does have. She'll just want to get a little tight there in her heart and shallow her back into her flank just a notch rougher across her tailhead. Young lady here that just has an incredible voice and sang our national anthem here this morning. Really, really neat fronted one. I like her head and her neck. Maybe just wish she transitioned back a little stouter, more dimensional. A little extra rib would be helpful as well. The young man that rounds out the class, this one's got enough muscle and substance. Maybe just a little coarser, not as attractive through her front 1/3. Really good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 15. First place goes to entry 573, CC Kiwi 124P ET, owned by Drew Creasy of Macomb, Illinois. Second goes to 570, TR Miss Jackie 1907J ET, owned by Madison Keppen from Volga, South Dakota. Third goes to entry number 581, JASR Penny's Image 85JP, owned by Caitlin Jedlecka at Koshkonong, Missouri. Fourth goes to 571, CCBS Jet Black and Jealous 1150, owned by Paisley Grace Carlson of Canton, South Dakota. Fifth goes to 568, LaFraise Lucy 791, owned by Austin Alexander from Bremen, Alabama. Sixth goes to 579. Gateway Duchess J226, owned by Cole Harris of Hepler, Kansas. Seventh goes to 580. BLY Miss 190J, owned by Nathan Gerloff of Ayer, Nebraska. Eighth goes to 578. Wren Miss Free Range 1878, owned by Kylan Helms of Holbrook, Nebraska. Ninth place goes to 574. DSUL Resource Liberty 113J ET, owned by Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. And 10th place goes to entry 575. VWC Miss Daisy, owned by Dylan Whitrock from Milford, Iowa. Those results again for class 15 go 524, 1910, 8673. In the ring now we have class 16 and would like to thank JBS Foods as our class 16 sponsor.
Good class here, and I think a logical place to win with the young ladies in the center of the ring. And she puts the most good out here together. Without question, the one who's the most striking from the profile, their head and neck quality, and yet she's still good ribbed, and I like her muscle pattern, and gets out and goes as good as any of them. I think she's a pretty straightforward and logical place to lead off with. My decision really is between 2 and 3, and they're different. I like that the young man's that's in second's a little more honest in her condition, a little greener. I prefer that about her. I think she's better in her chest, more attractive in through her head and neck, and just really neat in terms of the strength of her top and out through her hips. She's set right in her tail, handles herself pretty well, I think, as she gets out and goes. Might actually get out of her front end better than the class winner. For me personally, that one's just a little flat. I'd like to see her bolder in her forerib, truer in her pin width, and more expressive in her stifle, because, man, if we had that, this would be an absolute killer, because she is really, really neat looking, and I think that one offers a lot of cool things. The one in third, there's more cow here. I think she's bolder in her forerib, truer in her heart, and deeper back into her flank. You step around behind the cattle, she opens up with more dimension on the backside of her shoulder, comes stouter out through her hip and across her stifle as well. I guess it might be personal preference, but this one's a little chunky for me. I'd like to see her just a little bit fresher in her presentation. Main issue is that one's a little small on her rear foot and just doesn't handle her hock and pastern quite correct enough to beat those two cattle that were directly above her, but I see a lot of good things in that one. A pair of them here that come out next that are maybe just a little more moderate than I personally prefer. This young man's front 2/3, man, okay? Good in her heart, good in her flank, neat-headed, neat-necked, got a lot of width. Her balance is thrown off by the fact that she's short and off in her hip and gets up underneath herself, not to mention, like I said, she's just a little lower performing. The young man's kind of yellower tinged one here in the center. If you want one that is just awesome shaped in their rib, here she is, a fantastic muscle, big hip and dimensional, and she handles it pretty well. My issue, again, this one's just a little more compact and moderate than I personally prefer, and I like to just lengthen and extend her out all the way. The heifer that comes out next, long and extended in her front end. I think that one's smooth in her muscle pattern. A little flat in her forerib and tight in her heart. Just need to see that one come with more substance and mass everywhere. Heifer circling the ring now. I mean, that one really, really good in terms of smoothness of shoulder. She's plenty strong in her top. Big top on top of that. A little straight up and down, and particularly in her shoulder. I'd like to relax that a little. Just see her get out and flex more comfortably out of her front end. Heifer coming out next, like the center third of her body. If we could just pull that out and highlight it, really appreciate her. Either end, she doesn't balance. She opens up in her shoulder, gets kind of rougher across her tail head. Heifer that's going to round out the class there, really long-sided and stout. That one's maybe not quite as stylish and eye-appealing, but a good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 16. First place goes to entry 592. TR Miss Joy, 1703J, ET, owned by Cashlin Krebs of Gordon, Nebraska. Second place goes to 583, GHCC Serafina, 15J1, owned by Cody Clary of Saluda, South Carolina. Third place goes to 588, BRCHE MPJ Cerati, 1501, PLD, ET, owned by Brixton Steve Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to 582, MD Miss Janet 133, ET, owned by Blake Mueller of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth goes to 587, JFS Lacey 417, owned by Sean Lifesti of Cameron, Texas. Sixth goes to entry number 596, MD Miss Jade 142, ET, owned by Callie Stewart of Newcastle, Nebraska. Seventh place is entry 584, J4 Birchie Eleanor Louise 1520P, owned by Josie Johnson of Walton, Nebraska. Eighth goes to 590, HF Kensington J42, owned by Jessica Wertenberger from Falls City, Nebraska. And ninth place goes to entry 591, White Rose Honey Bear 124J, owned by Mick Lindstrom of Centerville, South Dakota. The results again for Class 16 go 427, 538-91-6. In the ring now, we have Class 17. Would like to thank Sonder Up Charlet Ranch from Fullerton, Nebraska, as your Class 17 sponsor.
if this pair doesn't get your heart pumping, I mean, literally got my heart racing here, and these two are absolutely stellar and incredibly high quality. This is without question the closest pair of the day, and just incredible pair of them. And it's nothing to take away from the rest of the class, but man, these two cattle are some kind of good. They're a little bit different, and I have gone back and forth. I'll just be honest with you about it. I would be perfectly satisfied with either of them. I hope one day that my daughters get a chance to show cattle of this caliber. I don't care which one it is. And young man, unfortunately, young lady's going to beat you today, but man, these two are absolutely incredible. I'm a big, big fan of both of them. The young ladies, to me, is just a notch more attractive in through her head, and I think just impeccable here on the side. When she has her stopped, I mean, you just can't pick a hole in that one. The way that she is constructed, and I'm going to be real honest with you, I like her added performance. I really do. And I think that is an advantage of this particular pair. That one's rib cage and flank and muscle pattern is so good. A big advantage, in my opinion, is that she is square from her hock to the ground, just ever so slightly. And these guys that have got that one ready done a great job of keeping her hock clipped in her. But this one is truly square from her hock to the ground. Where it is close is she is not as good in her hip loin, and I don't think she is as good in her angle of her shoulder. I don't have a major issue with it, but their structure is just different. I think it'd be a mistake to try to say either one was sounder than the other. Young lady, congratulations. You won a really tough pair. I like that one a great deal. The young man's is just so fresh, folks. I mean, that's the kind of condition that I am really drawn to personally, where that one's not going to shrink as she turns as she continues to develop in a big bred, turn her out as a cow. They have her exactly where she needs to be, flesh and condition-wise. So fresh, so good in her neck attachment. I do think she reaches out of her front end better. I do think she's better in her hip loin. She is not as good from her hock to the ground. She is not as square, and that is an extremely nitpicky thing. I don't think she's as attractive in the shape of her head, particularly from her eye down. And again, that's really, really nitpicky, but those two females are incredible. Had to make a call. She's going to end up second. I like them both a lot. Congratulations. The one in third, young lady, you're one of the better heifers to come through the ring today. You just run into a pair of them that's really, really stout. I like this one in third. I think you look at her in terms of some cleanliness of throat and the way that her neck sits on the upper part of her shoulder, how she comes down her top line and outside of her hip, really lines out nice there from the side. Personally, for me, that one's chest is set out a little bit too much in relation to the fact that she gets flatter in her forerib and tighter in her heart. I don't know if she just balances through her front 1/3 the way that those two cattle do. We're going to leave her there where she stands. The one that comes out into fourth, probably a shot more to her than the one exiting the ring in terms of the shape of her forerib, the width she has down her top and out through her hip. I don't know if that one's quite as good underneath, just where her chest and heart set up in her in relation to her flank. A little shorter and rounder in her neck as well. I like that one to go ahead and be fourth. The one that comes out into fifth is just absolutely packed with mass and dimension and width. She's super, super fresh. The young man has her right where she needs to be for our junior national today. Love that one's shape and her stifle and quarter. Not as striking up front, not as feminine in her head and neck, not quite as good there in her chest. And so maybe she gives up just a touch of eye appeal, but this is a stout class, and that's still a really high quality heifer to sit there where she stands. The young ladies that's going to come circle the ring now for us, I think this is a pretty nice individual from her shoulder back. A lot of volume, a lot of rib, a lot of just substance and mass, and she lines out nice and can sure get her stuck. Front 1/3, her shoulder wants to rock forward just a little bit. Her head and neck get a little crestier and more mature. It's one of the staler cattle in class to kind of leave her there where she stands. Young lady's coming out next. Really done a good job of presenting this one, I think. And I like her length, her extension, the strength in her top line and out through her hip. Just not quite right underneath in her heart and her flank. It gets a little straight, kind of wants to throw those front two. Heifer that's coming out next, man, there's a lot of just performance and mass. Big, big ribbed and muscled, just a little bit coarse and too much for me. Heifer comes out next, is nice in her head, neck, and chest. That one's hind leg just gets a little rigid and uncoordinated. female that's going to round out the class. Another one of the attractive and eye-appealing ones. Don't know if she's hooked up as strong in behind her shoulder in her tail head, but a nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 17. First place goes to entry 601 with WIA Miss Jewel 121P, owned by Riley Smith of Grinnell, Iowa. Second place goes to 604 TLAC Good Time Dallas 9916J, owned by Cade Roeder of Aledo, Illinois. Third place is entry 606 CNS JMC Miss Josie 134, owned by Jesse Coyle of Orient, South Dakota. Fourth goes to 597 IVM Miss Outsider 1510 ET, owned by Leighton Murnock of Bowman, North Dakota. Fifth place goes to 599 RF Cowgirl Exquisite 1144 ET, owned by Caden Garrison of Boss, Missouri. Sixth goes to 598 HEX Miss On Fire 1301 ET, owned by Peyton Foster of Rose Creek, Minnesota. Seventh place goes to 607 IVM Miss Nova 1502 ET, owned by Charlie Shinefish of Makoti, North Dakota. Eighth place goes to 605 BHSC Mamie Brightside 55J, owned by Blaine Finster of Hartley, Iowa. Ninth goes to entry number 602 OCR Miss Sideline J276, owned by Aslan North of Yankton, South Dakota. And 10th place goes to 609 J&J Angelina 189, owned by Huck Plyler of Hope, Arkansas. The results again for Class 17 go 4-6, 5-1, 9-2-8, 3-7-10. In the ring now is Class 18. Would like to thank Fink Beef Genetics from Randolph, Kansas as your Class 18 sponsor.
Good class here, and I like these cattle quite a bit, and these top three in particular, all a little bit different. We got a little flavor, but I think they're all very, very good. The young man's is the soundest, and there's no question about that. You know, she might be a little bit in heat and kind of acting up a little bit, but that one's feet and legs are not rivaled and not approached in this class by any of the other ones. Good angle of her shoulder instead of her knee. I think she's genuine enough. She's not overly powerful. She doesn't have a huge hip and stifle, but I think her muscle pattern is acceptable. Where she has a decisive advantage over the one in second is how she's more coordinated and how she handles those rear two. I like that heifer to go ahead and win. Really neat one coming here in second. There's more power and punch there, a little more bone, a little more mass, and when she is stopped, I mean, that one gives you a neat look, and I think ties a few things together better than the one in second. The way that her neck attachment is, how her shoulder comes back into a tremendous shape of rib, really big hipped and stifled. Watch that one on her rear too. She's just not coordinated enough for me, which is too bad because that one's really neat everywhere else. Just wish we could square her up and have her be a little more stable from her hock to the ground. Extremely high quality second place. The one that comes out into third, if we could just give her a little bit different head and a neck attachment, then this would be the class winner because I love her shoulder, how it goes into her full rib, tremendous center body, but she's still soft enough in her muscle pattern and handles her hind leg pretty good. That one just, her balance is thrown off by the length of her face and how her neck attaches. I'd like to change those things about her, but otherwise really high quality third place. The heifer that comes out into fourth is incredible in her shape. I love that one's rib cage, big top, massive and impressive from behind, and then she'll kind of park and throw her ears forward. You like what you see in some regards from the side. In relation to some of the other cattle, her neck's a little rounder and coarser. Biggest thing is the size of her hock joint is a little big for me. She's a little stiff moving out of those rear two. Like to tweak her from that standpoint. The heifer that comes out next, young lady's done an incredible job of presenting this one for us here today. Really fresh, really well fit and fed. To me, there's just not enough real heifer there. She gets a little flat in her full rib, tight back into her flank, and narrows up a little from behind. We stouten that one up just all the way through and see her a little more genuine. We can do a little more for her. The heifer here is the other way around. A little slicker haired, what you see is what you get. Probably truer in her full rib, better in her heart and in her flank. That one's got more explosive power from behind. I don't know if she ties it together as neat. She'll open up in her shoulder, get a little higher in her tail head, and coarser there in her joints. The young man here that's circling the ring, doing a nice job with this particular female, and I like her best when she's stopped. I think he gets her head and neck attachment right. Her shoulder lays into her good and transitions nice in her full rib. She comes strong and level down her top and out her hip. Falls out of balance when the cattle are asked to lead. She gets a little straight in her shoulder and a little tight in her hock and pastern. Young man's that comes out next, man, that one's got a nice shape in her side, 1/4 from behind. A little frail and refined in her feature. Like to see her balance just a little better. The young lady turning the corner, man, that one's got some substance of bone and width and power. A little straight in her shoulder and a little coarser than maybe she'd have to be. The one that's going to round out the class is deep and soft and maybe a little longer in her stride. Just gets a little bit plain and flat for me. Really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 18. First place goes to entry 619 with WR Duchess, Z610, J4614, owned by LJ Wells from Norfolk, Nebraska. Second goes to 612 with HNRX GCC Pumpkin Spice 190, owned by Brixton Steve Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Third place goes to entry 615, SSSC Josephine 02J ET, owned by Sydney Allard from Sydney, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to 621, OC Miss Scotty J206, owned by Braxton Keppen of Harrisburg, South Dakota. Fifth goes to entry number 624, TR Miss Berkeley Marie 1937J ET, owned by Cora Clift of Ellenburg, Washington. Sixth goes to entry number 623, J&J Angelina 120, owned by Rory McClellan from Armstrong, Iowa. Seventh place goes to 622, OCR Miss Sideline J232, owned by Max McGinnigill from Jasper, Minnesota. 8th place goes to entry number 617, EC Sweet Bee 159 PLD, owned by Gage Thompson of Pender, Nebraska. 9th goes to entry number 620, Miss Key Laney 233J, owned by Kennedy Stern from Garden City, South Dakota. And 10th place goes to 613, TCCB Meredith, owned by Bailey Butler of State Center, Iowa. Those placings again for Class 18 go 210-3, scratch 819-4765. In the ring next, we will select your Division 4 champion and your reserve champion. Your Division 4 champion is sponsored by Gulf Coast Cattle from Hollister, Florida. Your reserve champion is sponsored by the Illinois Charolais Breeders Association.
Really nice division here, and you're gonna get it placed a little faster than the last one, but don't let that distract from the quality that we've had in these cattle. I mean, a really good set of females here, and I'm very impressed and intrigued with all the cattle in this particular lineup, and I think a tremendous set of firsts and really good seconds. There's a pair of them, I think, that have to stay together, and it was really close. Probably more comfortable with them out here, how they are now, but young lady that won that 3rd class is going to have our champion in this division. Young man that was 2nd in that class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your Division 4 champion is entry number 601, WIA Miss Jewel 121P, owned by Riley Smith from Grinnell, Iowa. Your reserve champion is entry number 604, TLAC Good Time Dallas 9916J, owned by Cade Roeder of Aledo, Illinois. As we move into Division 5, Class 19 will be leading into the ring. I'd like to thank Tyson Fresh Meats as your Class 19 sponsor.
Oh, I like this one, young man. She is very, very good. I think this one is pretty exceptional. High quality female. Pretty logical place to start. Decision is from then on. We got different types of cattle. The young ladies that's going to end up in second, I think is real neat in terms of the way that her forerib is constructed. You can go out. You won. Good job. The heifer in second is real neat in terms of her forerib shape, her dimension up high, the stoutness out through her hip and across her stifle. If I'm to get nitpicky comparative to the class winner, maybe not as much look and presence, but in relation to the cattle in 3 and 4, she's sounder structured. She's better in her shoulder and knee. She's more flexible in her hip loin, and just all around gets out and has a more athletic reach. Young lady does a nice job showing her there in second. The one that comes in third, you know, if she was just a little trimmed up and a little freshened up condition-wise, man, we could really just kind of tie into this kind. I love her length of body, but she's still got enough depth and enough rib. Those are good kind of cattle in my opinion. I think that one is shaped right in her head and attached good in her neck. I think she gets out of her front end with some comfort, a little fat and a little stale, and the biggest thing is looks like maybe she's got just maybe a touch of foot rot or something, a little bit of injury there on that left rear foot, causing her to kind of get outside herself and step on it just a little tender, not really just relaxed as she gets out and shows out here. That's a good kind of heifer, just like to see her fresher and a little trimmer. The one that's going to come out into fourth, really like the front 2/3 of her body with her neck attachment and her shoulder, how she goes into her forerib, plenty good in terms of her depth in her heart and her flank. Rear third of her body throws off her balance, the way she gets a little short and steep in her hip, kind of gets up underneath herself and just doesn't allow her to kind of tie it together with the look and presence of some of these other ones. Interesting one here, and I kind of go back and forth on where she needs to be. There's times I like this one because of her smoothness of shoulder, the strength and levelness in her top line and out through her hip. Her tail set's good in her and she's clean jointed. I think that she's right in the angle of her hock and pastern. She just doesn't want to just reach that far out of her front end. Biggest thing, that one just gets a little flat for me. Just need to see her a little more genuine all the way through. The most intriguing one outside of the class winner is the one that comes next. Really good in her rib cage. That one's so good in her heart and her flank. And then it's neat to see one with that much substance and mass have such a quality front end. Fresh in her neck, really high quality from that standpoint. Can't get around her hind two. Wants to be pretty straight and outside of herself in her hock. Little coarser in her joint. She just sets that thing down pretty permanent all the time. Just need to see her more relaxed and square. We could fix her hock, we could do more for her, but I like her there where she stands. The young man's that's going to come out next, I think this one's kind of a neat heifer in terms of her top line and where her tail head sets in her. She's really just smooth. Her shoulder lays into her good. Wants to twist out and paddle out of those front two. Doesn't have enough flex and give in her hock and pastern. A little bit plainer maybe in her neck as well. Heifer that's going to come out next, loads of performance and length and extension, lots of stoutness in terms of muscle pattern here as well. This one's a little harsh bodied for me, a little too tight in her heart and flank, and maybe just a little plainer in her head shape. One that's going to round out the class. Again, similar story, big old stout, powerful brood cow look about her. She's just a little plain, a little straight in her shoulder. Like to see her just get and go a little better. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 636, Boy Smokin' Monty, 200J, owned by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second is entry 626, PCDCC, Miss Birdie's Firewater, owned by Emily Minatree from Cameron, Texas. Third place goes to 634, PZC, Miss Germaine 327, ET, owned by Taylor Noel Barons of Colo, Iowa. Fourth goes to entry 637, ASMS Maya 2102, owned by Ava Stewart from Newcastle, Nebraska. Fifth goes to entry number 635, WC Sweetheart 1140P ET, owned by Reagan Dunn of Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Sixth goes to 625, LJR, Miss Jade 3151J, ET, owned by Jillian Stone of Clinton, Missouri. 7th goes to entry number 630. DLB, Dreamcatcher, owned by Dylan Borg of Concord, Nebraska. 8th goes to entry number 632. Birchie Elise, 1502, PLD, owned by Paisley Sita of Anslemo, Nebraska. And 9th place goes to entry 631. Miss Tenacious Venom, SJT, TW, owned by Josie Wilkins of Jensen, Utah. Those placings again go 6-2, scratch, scratch, 798, 3514. In the ring next, we have Class 20. Would like to thank our Class 20 sponsor of City View Farms, Barry and Amy Tlack from Prohl, Iowa.
Good pair of them here, surface to the top. I like the class winner a lot. Really, really good balance. And one of the ones, we've seen some like this that are really neat-necked and neat-headed, yet still tremendous in their rib cage and muscle pattern. Really, really sound. She's got a shot more style and eye appeal. handles her hind leg just a little bit better than the second one. I really like that one to go ahead and win. Very high quality class winner. Congratulations. The second place heifer, you know, a little bit more moderate, doesn't have the performance of the one that wins, and probably a early disadvantage for her, I guess. You overlook that and you dig into what she does right, and that one still balances in relation to her size very well. Front, middle, and rear third fit together extremely nicely. Really like the way her shoulder and front end is constructed. I think that heifer is awesome shaped and good rib. A little neater about her hip than the one that's in third in relation to our class winner. Not the same front end quality in her head and in her neck. And we talked about a little bit of a performance disadvantage, but a good heifer to be there in second. The one in third, I like her front 2/3, and the young man's getting everything he can out of her. That is about as high of a neck attachment as we have seen all day, where her shoulder and neck come together. That one's full rib and center body is fantastic. Issues with her, she's one of the two here in second and third, a little more moderate. She's a little shorter everywhere, I guess. Kind of throws off her balance. Her chest kind of falls out of her, gets a little underneath her hip. We're going to go ahead and leave her there in third. The heifer that comes out next, I thought about switching that particular pair. She's a little more my speed size-wise and has a little extra length and extension, pretty long and good in her neck, and she probably is better from hooks to pins from a levelness standpoint, how she handles her hind leg. My issue with this one, she'll get a little shorter in her face, just not quite as striking and as easy to appreciate right out of the gate, but a good solid fundamental cow. The one that comes out next beats the heifer behind her because she's a little stronger in her top and leveler in her hip. In relation to some of these other cattle, she's a little flatter in her forerib and tighter in her heart. But I think, like we said, she's got some levelness and things to appreciate. The young man circling the ring now, really a big centered heifer, probably a shot better in terms of the turn of her flank. She's got enough width in her pin set. That one, to me, just gets a little round in her hip underneath herself and uncoordinated. Go ahead and leave her there where she stands. You know, if we could just look past the front end on the young ladies here, I mean, just massive centered, really big muscled and big hip. Just not quite feminine enough up front. Just needs to be a little more eye appealing, have a little more presence from that standpoint. The young ladies that comes out next, a little fresher, a little neater in her head and neck and expressive in her muscle shape. Her front end construction is what gets her in trouble. She twists out on those front two, wants to be a little set out there at the point of her shoulder, a little too harsh in her center body. Heifer that comes out next, probably a notch better there, a little easier flushing, a little deeper sided. This one just gets a little plain. Young lady rounding out the class here. Really stout and powerful, kind of straight. Nice class. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Your results for Class 20. First place goes to entry 640, JPV, Veda's Miss Star for JET, owned by Kennedy Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. Second goes to entry 641. CC Boy Jackie O, 1696 ET PLD, owned by Reed Naughton of Atlanta, Illinois. Third goes to entry 642, TR Miss Julia, 1613J, owned by Peyton Coyle of Orient, South Dakota. Fourth goes to entry 646, Big Creek Elvira, 105P, owned by Emma Hickey of Arapahoe, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry number 638, Ren Diamond, 1715, owned by Hayden Helms of Holbrook, Nebraska. Sixth place goes to entry 645, D&D Miss Cindy, 2119 PLD, owned by Andrew Todd of Foosland, Illinois. Seventh goes to entry 647, Miss Ace's Connection, SJT TW, owned by Bracken Thane of Altoona, Utah. Eighth place goes to entry 639, DSUL Outsider Bunny Apricot, 139J ET, owned by Tana Grigg of Webb City, Missouri. Ninth place goes to 643, SL Miss Design, owned by Kaylee Eichhoff from Schubert, Nebraska. And 10th place goes to entry number 644, RA Flawless Ledger, owned by McKinley Burton of Claypool, Indiana. Those results again for Class 20 go 5-8, 1-2, 3-9-10, 6-4-7. In the ring now, we have Class 29, and would like to thank Rennert Ranch as your Class 29 sponsor, or excuse me, Class 21 sponsor.
good class here, and I think is pertinent at this time. These ringmen are just doing a great job. Your junior board and the guys that work for the association. We got some heifers a little rowdier in heat. Let's give them a nice round of applause to encourage them to continue to work this hard all day. I sure appreciate it. I think these top three are really neat. It's nothing to take away from the rest of the class, but they kind of surface. And this one is just the most my speed on her feet and legs, and the way that her front end's put together. Has a nice shape of rib. I'll give the other two. They're probably bolder in their forerib. Both of them might be just a touch better in their heart, but man, this one's just a good kind of cattle who's sound, who's athletic, who's good balanced. Young lady's pretty good on the stick as well, but man, I just like that kind quite a bit. Congratulations on a good class winner. This heifer that's in second is kind of a neat one, and she grows on me over time. I maybe didn't originally have her beating the other one, but the longer you start to break her down, I mean, just so complete and so fault-free. She's more like the ones that have been winning in terms of her shoulder construction, the way that her knee is laid into her, how her head and neck attaches. Her advantages over the one in second. I think she's looser there in her hip loin. She's more stable in her hock and pastern. She has a better angle and set to her hock as well, and just steps down with more security and comfort all the way. Gives a very good balanced look. I think the other one was maybe a little neater up front, but man, this is a high quality female to be sitting here in second. Congratulations on a nice second place. The real intriguing one that tempts me a great deal is this one that comes out in third. And what she does right, she does as good as any heifer that's come through the ring today. Directly behind her, that one is as stout and as powerful as you can make one. And then she still has a beautiful front end in her head and her neck, how her shoulder ties into her rib cage. I like that shape. She's one of the neatest rib cattle that we've seen. Some of it's probably just a little discomfort out here in the ring, but that one's not as level from or as long from hooks to pins. A little tighter there in her hip loin, a little extra set to her hock, and all of a sudden we start nitpicking on her, and that's why I wind up with her there in third. Unique individual, need to change those things in order to move her up. The young lady that comes out into fourth is showing a good heifer. She runs into one of the tougher classes that we've seen. This one's just got all the fundamentals. She's got enough rib, got enough muscle, pretty decent balance. Everything kind of flows and transitions. On the move, maybe she wants to get underneath herself just a notch. It makes her just a little plainer in relation to those top three cattle, but a good heifer to be in fourth. The one that's going to come out into five, the young lady's doing a good job. This one's pretty good in terms of her throat and her chest. She comes back nice and her muscle pattern out through her hip and her stifle. Not as coordinated in her hock and her pastern. She wants to hock in from behind, be a little more upright and straight up and down there in her shoulder. A good heifer. Interesting one comes out next. Young lady's doing a good job, has her presented really well. I like the front 1/3 of this one in terms of how clean and attractive she is. Has some extra femininity and eye appeal to go along with that. Fortunately, maybe the tightness of her throat is correlated back and through her heart and flank. Just need to see more heifer there. She'll get a little straight in her hock as well. Young man's that's coming out next, he's doing a great job of sticking with her. This heifer's probably got a little more natural rib and flesh, maybe a touch plainer than she'd have to be. Young man circling the ring there, really long, high-performing kind of a heifer. She'll get a little round and opened up off of both ends. Like that one to be a little more striking. Young lady there, she probably has the edge in terms of shoulder smoothness and neck attachment. That one will get a little tight in her spine and stiff off of either end. One rounding out the class. Really stout and powerful from behind, big stifled, a little bit plain up front, not the same eye appeal. Really neat class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 21. First place goes to entry 656, MD Miss Jenna 145 ET, owned by Tricia Dibdahl of Newcastle, Nebraska. Second place goes to 653, Boy Jackie 199J, owned by Bailey Mangrum of Marmaduke, Arkansas. Third place goes to 663, CAG Miss Spirit 1667J, owned by Madison Keppen of Volga, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to 655, AOH WS Cecilia 04J ET, owned by Avery Hunt from Longview, Texas. Fifth goes to 657, BVD Miss Mayhem 2131, owned by Chloe Olson of Lake Preston, South Dakota. Sixth place goes to entry 649, Fair Janelle 135J, owned by Droy Frost of Denair, California. Seventh place goes to entry 650, Fred Miss Williams 142, owned by Kylan Helms from Hallbrook, Nebraska. Eighth place goes to 661, CCWGB Jesse 122P ET, owned by Gus Shane of Holt, Missouri. Ninth goes to 664, ETJT Miss Shania, owned by Kinsley Harris of Hepler, Kansas. And 10th place goes to entry number 654, SVR Miss Cool Patriot 104J, owned by Miranda McCown from Valley Center, Kansas. Those results again for Class 21 go 6-7, 2-10-4, 1-5-8, 3-9. In the ring now, we have Class 22. Would like to thank Farm Credit Services of America as your Class 22 sponsor.
you know something, folks, I think here in a little bit we're going to have an interesting decision to bring some of these class winners back. There's some salty females that these young folks are bringing you, and hopefully you all are having as much fun watching these young kids show these cattle and parade them around for us, because, man, they brought us a good set of them. And these top three, and particularly this top one, are just very, very high quality. This is a good female here. I mean, she's got the show ring presence and the extras to be intriguing and defined right away, but think about turning that one out and it being fun to go find her in the pasture every day. And man, that's just a good female. She's balanced and sound and eye-catching and good muscled and fresh. Young man's got her fed to perfection. Really, really neat way to start out with. This second place heifer, I mean, she's no slouch. She's maybe not quite as fresh across her neck and the way that her shoulder hooks up, maybe not as neat looking up front, but just the basic fundamentals of some structural soundness, some rib cage, the right kind of muscle. I mean, this one is without question powerful, and then she's still clean jointed and flexible. Like we said, a little more open at the top of her shoulder, not quite as neat across the upper part of her neck there, but a good one to be in second. Interesting one, and I thought the decision between 2 and 3 was close, and this heifer's a little fresher, maybe a little quicker to catch the eye, and I like that about her. She is better in terms of how her shoulder ties into the top part of her skeleton, how she transitions into her full rib, and that one too is unique in her shape and width. I don't know if she flexes as good out of her front end. She's a touch fatter, but she just kind of wants to paddle and doesn't really want to reach and go there the way that I'd like her to. But she does have a nice angle to her hock and pastern, quality female to be in third. The one that's going to come out into fourth, you know, I like this one. If we stoutened her up, saw her just a little more genuine in the shape of her rib and her muscle, man, we could just get pretty wound up about that one, because there's some length of body, some strength of top line. She's right in her hip. To me, that one's just a little too flat and narrow. Maybe toes out just a notch up front. A little sounder structured one's probably the young man's coming out next in terms of shoulder angle and knee placement. Real flexible in her hock and pastern. Just a little harsh bodied in her heart and back into her flank. Opens up in her shoulder just a notch, and I don't know if she balances quite as well. Big, stout, high-performing one coming out next. A tremendous amount of dimension from behind. Hip loin gets a little weak. Flank gets a little tight, and that kind of throws her balance off. She, too, could be just a shot more feminine up front. Young ladies that's circling here, a little probably better in her chest and in her throat. That one just a little bit crestier about her neck. And I think that one gets a little round in her hip and just could balance a little better. We make this next young lady's a little sounder. We move her way up in this class because she lines out really nice, has a good shape and look about her, just a little too straight and restricted off of both ends. Young man's that's coming out next, good practical cow from her shoulder back in terms of rib and flesh, just a little too straight and a little too up and down. Heifer that's going to round out the class, probably a little more relaxed from that standpoint, just a little bit too plain and round, but a really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 22. First place goes to entry 671, RF Cinderella 1021 ET, owned by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Second place goes to 676, MJ Miss Lady Ease 105, owned by Kylan Oaks of Tologa, Oklahoma. Third place goes to 669, TC Lady Blackjack J21, owned by Tara Tellefson from Moses Lake, Washington. Fourth goes to entry number 673, LMJ MLB Miss Jordan 458J, owned by Emma Caulfield of Bradley, South Dakota. Fifth goes to 675, DLSC Echo 134, owned by Riley Laufenberg of Hickston, Wisconsin. Sixth place goes to 672, VCR Miss Ross 1140P, owned by Hadley Holt from Lake Preston, South Dakota. Seventh goes to entry number 670, SL Miss Resource, owned by Olivia Eichhoff from Falls City, Nebraska. Eighth place goes to 665, DR White Satin 181, owned by Shayla Dismukes from Chakota, Oklahoma. Ninth is entry 666, ETJT Country Girl, owned by Bo Thompson from Pender, Nebraska. And 10th place is entry number 668, RNK BCC Hallie 116 PLD, owned by Hallie Minnick from Blue Hills, Nebraska. Those results again for 22 are 8, 9, 10, 3, 7, 1, 6, 4, excused, 5, 2. In the ring now, we have Class 23, and would like to thank Cattle Business Weekly as your Class 23 sponsor. If we could ask some of you guys to back off of the fence a little bit and not lean directly on the fence to keep from spooking some of the stock.
Good class here. This one, you know, lots of good cattle here all the way down. This is the deepest class of the day in terms of good cattle all the way to the bottom of the class, and juniors are just doing a great job of bringing us a good set. The class winner is undeniable in my opinion. Definitely the best balanced, the best structured, the right kind of rib, and good muscled. I mean, I really think this one is undeniable out here. Even of a class with lots of good cattle, I think she wins for fun. Very, very high quality, very freshly presented, good female. I like this one in second a great deal. Young man's doing a good job of getting her shown. I think from her shoulder back, this one's really neat. I love the depth of her heart and the turn in her flank. Her muscle pattern is really neat, combined with the fact that she's got a good flexible hind leg. Her hip and tail is set right in her. In relation to the class winner, a little more prominent there in her chest. Neck attachment's not quite as neat. Just her whole head, neck, and front end is not quite as neat. But man, that's a good female to go ahead and be in second. The one in third, if she just flexed a little better, particularly a little more correct in the angle out of her shoulder and knee, we could switch that pair. Because I do think she's the neater looking one of the duo, who attaches her neck more correctly to the upper part of her shoulder. Really long hip in this particular heifer as well. Love her muscle pattern. Just wants to get a little straight and twisted out on those front two. The heifer that's going to come out into fourth, if that one would just flex and give and offer a little bit more comfort in her joint work, we could move her higher because stop. A neat presence about her, extra stylish and feminine, really, really attractive. That one just wants to get a little frail and refined down at the ground, a little tighter in her spine. It just won't just act comfortably out here to travel around the ring the way that I wish that she would. Neat female otherwise. If you want one with a little more moderation, stoutness, power, this one's probably your speed. Beautiful shape to her all the way through. For me, I want one just a little more feminine than this one is, and then she can get a little stilty and stiff as well. Good quality pieces about her, just want her to be a little more refined and a little sounder. Thought about switching the pair with the young man's because I think she's more attractive in the shape of her head. Probably offers a little more length of hip, really big centered. That one's underline doesn't balance for me the way that her chest is constructed. Just gets a little shorter maybe in some areas, but a neat female there. I think the one coming out next, young man's doing a good job of getting her shown. This particular heifer's got a big top and a shapely rib. I think she does some nice things. Like we talked about, just immense quality all the way down through. Her heart and flank in relation to some of these other cattle isn't as good. Major holdup on her is how she's constructed in her knee. Don't call that one bucked over, but it certainly concerns me. Heifer that comes out next, I mean, big, stout, long-sided one. Really do like that the young man's getting everything he can out of her. Her front three-quarter view is what concerns me. She's set out pretty good in terms of her shoulder. That transition into her forerib's not as neat and as smooth as I want it to be. The one that comes next is really big-ribbed and easy fleshing, maybe a little fatter and staler than ideal, a little crestier over the top of her neck. One rounding out the class again, no shortage of rib and stoutness and power. She's a little straight-shouldered, needs to be a little better structured. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 23. First place goes to entry 685 with TLAC favorite color 9918, owned by Jenna Talak of Prohl, Iowa. Second place goes to entry number 684. Henshaw Easy Pro J2, owned by McGuire Roar of Elbert, Colorado. Third goes to 683. BJCF Miss Turbo J703, owned by Landry Lifesti of Cameron, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry 688. Schrader's Miss Foxy 104J, owned by Josie Schrader of Wells, Kansas. Fifth goes to 678. AML Cigarro 102, owned by Brittany Ann Hirsch from Thayer, Missouri. Sixth place is entry 679. QC7 Journey 2121 PET, owned by Chase Henson from Crum, Texas. Seventh place is 682. White Rose Wizard's Love 115J, owned by Edward Hoops from Letts, Iowa. Eighth place goes to 687. PVC Natalie 2105, owned by Michael Peyton Ridley from Chatsworth, Georgia. Ninth goes to 689. RCF Blue Fire, owned by Ellis Davis of Hillsboro, Ohio. And 10th place goes to entry number 692, MCC Miss Libby 2193, owned by Kensington Reed from Lewisburg, Kansas. Placings again for class 23 go 567, 32, 184, 910. In the ring now, we will select your champion and reserve champion out of Division 5. Would like to thank Schrader Ranch as the sponsor of your Division 5 champion, and Creasy Charlet is your reserve champion sponsor.
Well, this right here is why the folks came to town for sure, and it absolutely incredible. I mean, red, white, or blue, these cattle are just outstanding in this division. You knew it would be when you left home. I did at least, and man, this right here is why I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. These cattle are flat fantastic, and to be honest with you folks, I think we could leave here, every single person in this ring, and any of these could be champion reserve in this division. And if you were mad about that, you don't understand anything there is about cow showing, because these are really, really good, and they are exceptional. We're going to leave a lot of good cattle standing in this division. We've already left a lot of good cattle go out the ring, and it's tough and it's hard. And so, you know, kids, I commend you. Whether your parents are irritated, whether you're irritated, I'm proud of you for bringing this kind of cattle out here, and man, just firing these people up. And if you're not fired up ringside, you're not paying attention. I mean, these things are very, very good. It does come down to 3 of them for me, and I'm going to break them down for you just a little bit. I think that first one, we didn't talk much about her. I do like that one. Oh man, I like this one a lot. This one is my speed in so many ways. Looks like a cow. I mean, I think that's just so important. Sound structured, awesome balance, phenomenal rib, everything is good, incredibly high quality. The other 2 that are in contention, maybe a shot neater necked, maybe a shot taller at the top of their shoulder, but man, that stuff's pretty irrelevant to me. I think that one is an exceptional individual, so fresh. The one that wins the second class, I mean, whoa, to put that kind of head, neck, rib cage, I mean, man, that is a unique individual. Really like the extra tightness of her chest and her throat, yet she comes back with a huge rib cage, the right kind of muscle. You know, comparative to the other ones that are in contention, maybe not quite the feature, maybe not quite the bone, but that does, you know, pretty insignificant at the end of the day as well. I think that is an exceptional female, should fire you right up. And then the one that wins the 5th class, she's the other one in contention, and man, that is a neat heifer, incredible shape. She's the best shape of the 3 that I like the most. She is awesome in behind her shoulder, so good out through her hip and in her stifle. Her feature in bone and foot size and structure in relation to those 2 cattle, not as good in her forerib, not as good in her heart or as good in her flank. And so I think there's some give and take, there's some back and forth. But young man out of that 1st class, that's my favorite. She's going to be our champion. I think the 2nd place is good, but I've already kind of given it away. I think it's between these other 2, and man, we're splitting hairs. I'd like to own them both. I think they're awfully good. They're different kinds of cattle. One of them, again, her shape, her power. This one, her rib and her structure. I really don't think it matters. But my 2nd favorite one is a heifer out of the 2nd class. She's going to be reserved in this division.
Your Division 5 champion is entry number 636, Boy Smokin' Monty 200J, owned by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Your reserve division champion is entry number 640, JPV Veda's Miss Star 4JET, owned by Kennedy Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Coming in the ring next, we'll have Class 24 as we move into Division 6. Would like to thank 4KC Cattle of Satana, Kansas, as your Class 24 sponsor.
sometimes you come off a division like that and you know, you're kind of a little bit disappointed. But I mean to tell you, young lady brings us an absolute stud here. This one upholds the quality of what we just saw. And I mean, man, that is a good looking, good balanced, good structured, just, I mean, fresh, fed right. Her rib, her muscle, that's a big time good one, young lady. You're showing pretty nice class winner. Young man, I like this one a lot, really do. I think she's neat. Her head, neck, and our full rib and chest and heart, her muscle pattern. I mean, this one's quality and fed and maxed out as well. Just really commend you. She doesn't handle her hind leg or her knee quite as good as the one that wins. We're going to get a little nitpicky on her, put her second, but that's a quality female. I like her a great deal. Similar story for the one that comes into third. So many good pieces to be excited about here. The way her shoulder transitions into a phenomenal rib cage. Look at her heart and the turn in her flank, her muscle pattern. She's wide and stout, but she's got a nice soft kind of maternal muscle pattern. Not as neat looking as those other two cattle. Her head and neck's just a little plainer. The biggest issue is she tracks outside of herself as she goes away from behind. Like to see her just a little bit more coordinated and stable there. Good heifer to be in third. The one that comes into fourth from the profile you can tie into in terms of the way her head and neck attached to the upper part of her skeleton, comes back level and wide down her top. Issue with that one is she wants to get a little flat in her rib and just disappointing underneath. I don't think she balances the way that her chest floor is set out, but she runs kind of tight back into her flank. Go ahead and leave her there where she stands. The heifer coming out next, I mean, just a world of body and rib and flesh, and if you switch that pair, that would be your justification. For me, this one's not quite good enough. Looking to go up any higher, a little extra throat, a little plainer there about her front end, but a quality heifer from there back, pretty sound structured on her feet and legs. The young man's that comes out next has got a nice shape when you view her from that 3/4, pretty dimensional in her upper hip and across the plane of her stifle. That one's a little too set out at the point of her shoulder, flat there in her full rib to be moved up. Young ladies that comes out next, I mean, that is a stout, powerful, high-performing cow. Probably a little bit too much out here in this setting. She wants to open in her shoulder, have a little extra set to her hock, and kind of get underneath herself. Young lady that's turning the corner now, I mean, that's a more moderate frame, deep-sided, easier fleshing one. She too can get just a little bit plain, a little bit round. I'd like to change her there. Young man that's going to round out the class. Quality heifers, good class. She handles herself pretty collected as she circles the ring. Just not enough to her to get around these other ones, but a quality class. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 24. First place goes to 695 CKMKL Miss Ellie 1854J, owned by Paige Schmidt from Turlock, California. Second goes to 701 KF Charlie J124, owned by Kix Lee from Gilliam, Arkansas. Third place goes to 702 DSUL Bunny Kiss 126J ET, owned by Lexi Thomas of Portales, New Mexico. Fourth place goes to entry number 699 BCC5 Bullard Miss Barkley ET, owned by Grace Lemonodger from Fairbury, Illinois. Fifth place goes to 693 R&K Miss Bronco 164 PLD, owned by Kaisha Alber from Guide Rock, Nebraska. Sixth goes to 700 EC Sweet Paradise 146 PLD, owned by Bo Thompson from Pender, Nebraska. Seventh is entry number 706 SCR Miss Warrior 1138, owned by Charlotte Hale from Fullerton, Nebraska. Eighth place goes to 703 SCR Miss Prince Louis J1718P, owned by Laura Sonderup from Fullerton, Nebraska. And ninth place goes to entry 694 Ren Jackie 1809, owned by Cade Cresack from Milligan, Nebraska. Those results again for Class 24 go 5-9, 1-4-6, 2-3, 8, scratch 7. In the ring now we have Class 25, and would like to thank Purina Animal Nutrition as your Class 25 sponsor.
Good class here. One that comes together for me. I mean, the class winner, that's my speed. That's the kind I've been after. Really like her. A good cow. I mean, look at those feet and legs and her structure. Her rib cage is fantastic. So much presence and balance. I like that one. She wins. Young man's going to beat the young lady because I just see a little more cow power here. She's just a little stouter, a little bigger in behind her shoulder and out through her hip, a little truer in the shape of her rib and across her stifle. And at the same time, I think these two are comparable structurally. She's not as neat as the one exiting the ring. She's not as good in her hock and her pastern as the one exiting the ring. Going to be a quality second place. Congratulations there to the young man. The one that coming out into third, like we talked about, good in her shoulder angle and knee. That one's deep-sided and easy fleshing. Does not come with enough substance and power to get around those two above her, particularly when you see her that three-quarter view from behind. Wants to flatten out through her hip and into the base of her stifle. Not true enough when you take and study her to the ground, but a quality female from the side. Young lady should be proud to be showing that one. The one that comes into fourth, I mean, this may be as good a fourth place as we've had so far today. Young lady just runs into a tough class. I mean, look at the balance and the quality here from the side. That heifer's neck attachment is really neat, and I think she probably knows it even. That heifer is good in her full rib in her heart. Nice turn into her flank. For me, she's a little too fat. I'd like to tone her down just a little bit when you study her chest and across her pones. Biggest thing, not as coordinated and as stable in her hock and rear pastern. A little smaller in that rear foot. That's what's going to plague her into fourth. On the standstill, the heifer that's going to come out next is neat in terms of being smooth-shouldered and transition with a bold full rib, big-topped and dimensional. That one's too straight and restricted as she gets out off of either end. She needs to stay where she stands. The young man's coming out next. I mean, you think about a low input kind of a look. Deep-sided, easy fleshing. I like those things. Gets a little rounded underneath herself, kind of rigid there in that rear pastern, a little small in her rear foot. Heifer that's coming out next probably has a little shot more extension and length up about her head and neck. That one's probably a little sounder too as she gets out and goes. Kind of harsh-bodied for me in her heart and her flank, a little more open in her shoulder. Heifer that's going to round out the class, got enough width and power. She too could balance up just a little bit better the way her front end's constructed. Nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 25. First place goes to 710 TLF Isla 24J, owned by Jenna Talak from Prohl, Iowa. Second place goes to 714 Boy Jada 222J, owned by Carter Hogue, Good Hope, Illinois. Third place goes to entry 713 CC Harley 104P ET, owned by Riley Lauren Creasy from Macomb, Illinois. Fourth goes to entry 715 RF Miss Bells 165, owned by Hayden Englert from Washington, Kansas. Fifth goes to 707 CC Jersey Girl 1906 ET PLD, owned by Haley Schwecke from Gibbon, Minnesota. Sixth place goes to 708 D&D Miss Legend 2109 PLD ET, owned by Devin Keister from Elizabeth, Illinois. Seventh place goes to 717 CCC White Feather 107J, owned by Tana Grigg from Webb City, Missouri. And eighth place goes to 712 SCR Miss Stone Ridge 1127 ET, owned by Rachel Hale from Fullerton, Nebraska. Placings again for Class 25 go 561 83247. In the ring now we have Class 26, and elect to thank Gerald Charlet from Tompkinsville, Kentucky as your Class 26 sponsor.
Good class here as these young ladies circle their heifers up. I think a good top duo of them. I like them both a great deal. The class winner becomes one that's just tough for me to try to pass up. I mean, why not use her in my opinion? That's the best looking one, who's just tremendously fresh. I mean, her rib cage is exceptional. I like her muscle pattern and just very high quality female. Lines out so nice, but then you catch her from the 3/4. She's shaped right and transitions well. Quality place to win. Congratulations there to the young lady. The one that comes out into second, man, this is a neat one, and she is probably the most unique for how stout she is out through her hip. Just a massive stifle and some natural circumference of bone, but with that muscle and power. Her shoulder lays in smooth, her joints are clean. She's a quality heifer. I don't know if I have just the same presence from the profile as the one that wins, and we got to get real nitpicky here on a high quality top duo. I'm going to go ahead and leave her second, but that's a quality female. I like her a great deal. Congratulations to the young lady. The one that comes out into third just gets a little too small in this lineup. A heifer who, you know, front, middle, and rear third, it all ties together. If you like moderate cattle that are deep-sided and easy fleshing and kind of a low-maintenance look, I mean, this one does some good things. For me, I need to see her cleaner in her neck and in her chest. I'd like to see her just a little bigger and longer all the way through. And then as she gets out and goes, at times you'll catch her being just a little choppy off those rear two. She could flex and give in her hock just a little bit more. Quality heifer to be there in third. The one that's going to come next into fourth, I think, an interesting one. There's some times where I really find her intriguing. Very good neck, very good rib, the right kind of muscle. Then there's some times where I wish she would just hook up a little better. She opens up at the top of her shoulder, not quite as strong down her top line, directly in behind her shoulder. Tailhead can kind of come up and just kind of, what times doesn't really balance. She's a little straighter in her knee and more forward there than ideal as well. The disappointing one is the one in fifth, and I don't know if she got a little injury, stepped on a rock on the way in here, but that left back leg she's kind of limping on, and it just throws her off, because otherwise this is a high quality one who's got some front end presence, who combines that with some rib and muscle, and is nice. I mean, we're just talking about kind of being hindered in her movement, the way that back leg's put together, and that's unfortunate for the young lady, because that's sure a really nice one to be there in fifth. The heifer that comes out next, if we could see her just a little square in her hock and handle herself a little more appropriately, we could get fired up about her. Good shape, fresh, and nice muscled, just needs to be better in her hind leg. The one that comes out next, we take the center third of her body and we evaluate the shape of forerib that she offers, the depth of her heart and her flank, and her nice smooth muscle pattern, things to appreciate. You study her off either end, she's just a little straight. Need to relax that one and give her better angles. The kind of yellow or colored one coming out next, I mean, whoa, in terms of stoutness and power, performance, a lot of things that are good there. That one's a little too much chest for me, needs to be more stylish and attractive everywhere. And the heifer that comes out next, really big topped and dimensional from behind. That one too needs to be just a little neater shape of her head and neck and a little square all the way. Young man's that rounds up the class, she probably has a shot of style and eye appeal advantage. However, that one gets a little off in her hip and in at her hock. Like to see her corrected there, but a really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for class 26. First place goes to 729 JAB Delilah 112 Polled, owned by Breeze Bunker of Sparta, Wisconsin. Second place goes to 725 KC Miss Benaya 1591P, owned by Allison Wallace of Harris, Iowa. Third place goes to 728 WIM Frozen Hearted, owned by Elizabeth Wimler from Waldo, Wisconsin. Fourth goes to entry number 720 Slick J. Lee 1804, owned by Katie Utek from Hubbard, Nebraska. Fifth goes to entry 721 Boy Faith 124J, owned by Josie Schrader from Wells, Kansas. Sixth place goes to 724 KC Miss Willa 1976P, owned by Braxton Keppen from Harrisburg, South Dakota. Seventh goes to 718 AB Miss Impressive 120, owned by Madison Hirschman from St. Paul, Nebraska. 8th place goes to 719. Fink Perfection 1568 3832 GS, owned by Elise Lauterbach from St. George, Kansas. 9th place goes to 727. VCR Miss Slam Dunk 133, owned by Bentley Holt from Lake Preston, South Dakota. And 10th place goes to 722. LSUL BCR Fire Baby 120, owned by Caden Ditloff from Bradshaw, Nebraska. Those results again for Class 26 go 784, 510, 629, 31. In the ring now, we have Class 27, and we'd like to thank Transover Genetics as our Class 27 sponsor.
Well, she finally relaxes a little bit out here, and I don't apologize for walking her multiple times and really trying to get a read of how she is structurally. She was fighting him for a while, but I do think that these two are exceptional individuals. We've said it a time or two, but I got no issue either way with this particular placing. Both of these two young gentlemen should be very, very proud of the heifers that they brought to Grand Island, to the old Shar Nation here today, and man, they are very, very good. This would be a pair I'm going to think about for a long time and resonate with, and I just think they're very good. At the end of the day, the subtle differences that I see in them, and there's one kind of deciding factor. The young man on my right, her shoulder lays in better, and that's what it is. That's how I decide that pair, and that's what I think she does better. Otherwise, they're real similar. They're both good looking, they're both good balanced, they're both pretty good structured, they're both good ribbed, they're both good muscled. Her shoulder just lays a little smoother. You see that front three-quarter view, and it's just a little more elegant there, and that's real close, and it's nitpicky, but that's my deciding factor between these two cattle. You get to decide which one you like. I like them both. Young man, you're going to be our winner. Like we talked about, this heifer here, I mean, exceptional in every regard. Her shoulder is just not quite as smooth as that other one, but that is a neat and high-quality heifer. Both of those two are exceptional. Congratulations to the two gentlemen on bringing us a nice pair. The heifer that's going to be into third, young lady, this one wins about 2/3 of the classes that we've evaluated so far today. Those two are just really hard to get around. Her balance is good. She's well structured. She's nice ribbed. She's got an excellent muscle pattern. This young lady's going to go home and have a world of a cow here for her. Those two are a little neater about their head, neck, and chest, a little bit cleaner in their navels, but that is a very high-quality female. I'm sure the young lady's had fun showing her and hopefully really enjoys her project, because that's as good of a third as we've had all day long. Really nice fourth place as well. I mean, the young man, he was a little disappointed, but he took it in stride, and he's got himself a good heifer here, and one whose shoulder angle and knee and reach is good. I think that one's pretty good in her head and neck. Nice heifer. Just doesn't maybe have some of the extras as some of those other ones. I don't know if her flank line is quite as good either. And just like to tweak her a little bit there in her hip loin and how her tail head lays into her, we're going to go ahead and keep her fourth, but a quality female. The one coming out in fifth, I mean, guys, this is a heck of a class here. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I think this is a good heifer. Nice shape of rib, really dimensional out through her hip, and she's got a very nice hind leg. Her front end just does not tie into her the way that the other ones do. Opens up at the top of her shoulder, touch rounder there in her neck, and it just doesn't hold together quite as neat as those cattle get out and go, but a quality female. The one that comes out next, I like this one in terms of the depth of her flank and the shape she offers back and through her hip and her stifle. You probably see with that extra stoutness and power, she is not as neat up front. Little rounder and coarser in her head and neck shape, not as feminine and striking as I'd like her to be, but certainly immense power. The young lady coming out next, doing a good job of getting her heifer presented. I think this one's got some length of body and length of hip. She's fairly clean in her joints. She'll just want to be a little bigger, more open in her shoulder, a little weaker in her top line as she gets out and goes. Doesn't have the pizzazz of some of these others, if you will. Young man coming next, I mean, that is a stout-featured, big bone, really impressive one from behind. She, too, is just a touch coarser than maybe I personally like, but I enjoy her power. And the one that's going to round out the class, long-bodied and loose-structured, just a touch plain, but a really nice set of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 27, first place goes to entry 733, Athena, owned by Caden Willett from Falls City, Texas. Second place goes to 739, TR Miss Josie 1957J, ET, owned by Haxton Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. Third place goes to 736, Boy Fifi 225J, owned by Maddie Harward from Richfield, North Carolina. Fourth place goes to 740, CCC Miss Impressive 1085P, owned by Thomas Owens of Huntsville, Missouri. Fifth place goes to 731, KF Nicole J133, owned by Tatum Carlson of Henry, Nebraska. 6th goes to 741, W2 Starstruck 13J, owned by Caitlin Cape from Hampstead, Maryland. 7th is entry 737, BCHF Miss Vision 122, owned by Kennedy Stern from Garden City, South Dakota. 8th is entry 730, CCC Miss Sweetheart 1095P, owned by Cade Cresack from Milligan, Nebraska. 9th place goes to 734, BCR Lily 105 PLD, owned by Cameron Ditloff from Bradshaw, Nebraska. Results again for 27 go 851, 937, 246. In the ring now, we have Class 28. Would like to thank FBN Insurance as your Class 28 sponsor. We've got some high bidders out of the silent auction. If you would please go to the show office and settle up for your purchases. Cora Clift was the high bidder of the state postcard sign for Washington. Brian Wimler was the high bidder for the Wisconsin state sign. Shauna Shellfish is the high bidder for the North Dakota sign. Cashlyn Krebs on the California postcard sign. Megan Davis is the high bidder for the Ohio sign. Sarah Shepard was the high bidder on the pie plate. And Jessica Benish was the high bidder on the wall hanging. If all of you would see Caitlin in the office this afternoon and make settlement, they would sure appreciate it.
smaller class here, but still plenty of quality. And I think the young man's heifer needs to win, and I feel pretty comfortable about that. This is one of the definitely the better balanced, better structured cattle of this particular lineup. She's good in her muscle pattern and her rib, and the young man does a nice job of getting her presented. Very quality heifer to go ahead and lead off with. Congratulations to him. I think this other heifer needs to be second, and I like some pieces and parts of her. Not quite as sound as the one that wins, but a nice shape to her rib. This one's deceivingly powerful when you step around behind her. Got a big enough top and hip, really nice across her stifle. Maybe doesn't match it down at the ground as she's a little frailer in her feature, more slender in her foot size. And that one's a little longer faced than maybe I would prefer, but a nice heifer to go ahead and be second. Really a neat mark deal, going to go ahead and be into third. And you know, if we were to say, hey, which one's the stoutest and the most powerful, she has those class advantages. I mean, big boned, really wide across her stifle, really powerful up high. Not as feminine and maternal looking as I'd really like her to be. I don't think she's terminal and steery, but I'd just like her to see her a little bit more attractive, a little more eye appealing. And the biggest thing is just a little softer and truer in the turn back and to her flank. I apologize to this young man for pulling him a little earlier than he needed to be, and this is a nice heifer. You know, just real sound and good made. That heifer's got a nice angle to her shoulder and set to her knee. Got some flexibility in her hip loin, and you see that translate into a good hock and pastern. A lot of muscle and rib. A little plainer in the way that she's put together than some of the other ones. A little bigger in her chest and shoulder, a little rounder in her hip, but a good quality, basic fundamental kind of a heifer that does some neat things. The one that's coming out next is probably a little neater looking when you study her about her head and neck and the cleanliness of her throat, how she ties it into the upper part of her shoulder. I don't know if she's an improvement structurally, though. She's kind of straight in her shoulder and knee. Doesn't really want to reach and just flex and give the way that I'd like her to, but kind of got a neat look up there about her front third. The heifer that's coming out next, I mean, performance and power and stoutness, little plain, little deep in her chest. I'd like to just make her a little neater. The one that's rounding out the class is just chock full of power and width and dimension, a little straight, a little restricted, but a really nice class. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
Your results for Class 28. First place goes to 756 with Boy Judy 198J, owned by Logan McGinnigill from Jasper, Minnesota. Second goes to entry 751. MCC Charlene 992J, owned by Rory McClellan from Armstrong, Iowa. Third place goes to 745. LJR Miss Josie 3090J ET, owned by Haley Schwecke from Gibbon, Minnesota. Fourth place goes to Madison. 753. Fourth place goes to 753, RF Miss Nancy 2146. Fifth place goes to 750, VRCC 2H, Flow Rida 426P, owned by Daily Heck from Grove City, Minnesota. Sixth place goes to entry 747, WCR Miss Platinum 122P, owned by Ava Malone from DeSmet, South Dakota. And seventh place goes to entry 754, ETJT Miss Honey, owned by Gage Thompson from Pender, Nebraska. Places again for Class 28 go excused, 36, scratch, 52471. In the ring now we have Class 29, and would like to thank Sam's Club as our Class 29 sponsor.
neat and very interesting class here. And these top 3, top 4 are all very, very good. This whole class really, but these top 3, you know, I got a lot of back and forth here amongst these cattle, and maybe a thing or two I'd tweak in each one of them. And the fun thing about these top 3 is they each have class strengths and places that the other ones maybe have a weakness or two, I guess. But these top 2, I think, is where I get the most excited. And I think they are just a little different. Some of the things and the advantages in the one that wins, I prefer the fact that she's a little fresher and a little trimmer in her condition. I think she's a little more genuine from that standpoint. I like that heifer's freshness. I like her muscle pattern. And I think she's got just a world of look and eye appeal. She is not wanting to show at all, and you kind of got to dig through that. But right here, you know, she finally gives you a look right at the end and highlights her quality, and you see the way that that one balances and flows and ties together. Looks like a cow should. I like that one quite a bit. Young lady, if yours was just a little trimmer, she's a little chunky for me in through her chest, down in her udder and her flank, and back through her pones. If we could see that one a little trimmer, I could do more for her. But man, that one is interesting in terms of having that kind of shoulder angle and knee set, but she's a little soft and weak on those front pasterns. I'd like to strengthen her up there. Really, really big ribbed, obviously, and massive. To me, that one's just not quite as fresh, not quite as strong on those front pasterns. Gets a little outside of herself from behind, but a really good one. You know, this one here caused me some problems. This is the kind that I like. I'm gonna be honest with you, she doesn't have enough rib. She can't beat those 2 there. Her forerib and her heart and her flank, I don't know if she's not as heavy bred or just never had it, but the center part of that one's body is what gets her in trouble, because that's a neat looking, awesome shape, one that gets out of her front end pretty well. Just need to have more center body. This young lady's that comes out into 4th is really similar to the one in 2nd. If we could see her skinnier, I could do more for her, because that one is massive rib. She's really, really sound structured, pretty stout as well, and just really good balance. She got a little more throat. She's a little stale. She's a little chunky. I'd just like to see her a little trimmer. And then from behind, she could set her hock just a little bit squarer. The one that comes out next, I mean, just an absolutely impressive and genuine shape. Really bold forerib and big top, massive hip and stifle. Little rounder, little coarser to go along with that. We're going to go ahead and leave her where she stands. I switched the pair though because the yellow one's just a little too short for me. Interesting face on that particular one, a little bit longer as well. From her shoulder back and individually, she is smoother shouldered, stronger top, leveler hip, pretty sound structured. I just want a shot more performance. If you like them as moderate as this one, you may move her up quite a ways. I just wish there was a little more heifer there. The one that comes out next is fantastically shaped, really big hipped and stifled, a little constricted and tight in her movement, not really wanting to be as athletic and comfortable as she gets out and goes. The young man's that comes out next opens a pair of them that don't have any shortage of muscle. His is a little ill-structured, a little tighter moving. The young ladies could be just a little bit better looking, but a really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 29, first place goes to 764, LJR, Miss Tiger's Dream, 88J, ET, owned by Kennedy Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. Second goes to 759, CCWGB, Sally, 101P, owned by Chloe Briggs of Chariton, Iowa. Third place goes to 757, OBG, Miss America, 2021, owned by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. Fourth is entry 763, CCC, Miss Sweetheart, 1030P, owned by Michaela Hauk from Prescott, Iowa. Fifth place is entry 766, SVY, Starstruck, 102J, owned by Lauren Aust of Lacine, Kansas. Sixth place is 765, WIA, Miss Abby, P132, owned by Lucas Crutcher of Fairgrove, Missouri. Seventh place is entry 758, D&D, Miss Kennedy, 2101, PLD, owned by Caitlin Cape of Hampstead, Maryland. Eighth place is 769, NC Hope 2101P, owned by Keaton Nelson of Rice, Minnesota. And ninth place goes to 770 JAB Dolly 102 Pole TW, owned by Abigail Nelson from Rice, Minnesota. Those results again for class 29 go 372, scratch, 416, 589, scratch. In the ring now, we will select your Division 6 champion and reserve champion. Your Division 6 champion is sponsored by MSL Livestock in Cameron, Texas. Your reserve champion is sponsored by Barry Maupin family from New Bern, Tennessee.
impressive division. We start getting up into these older heifers and just absolutely intrigued with the level of quality. I mean, I knew the show would be fantastic, but just division after division. And, you know, it's hard for me to understand that a lot of these cattle are going to go back to disappointed young folks that wanted to come and win this division. And, you know, I think probably everybody holding one of these halters came here to win this show in this division. I mean, it's certainly a division that's in consideration, obviously, year in and year out. And so, you know, as a dad, that's something that's hard to think about, is all the disappointed kids that did not come out here to go home empty-handed and tell their buddies at their county fair, well, I won my class. Oh, okay, good for you. And, you know, I just hope everybody appreciates the challenge and the how hard it is to win a class in these types of situations. I mean, man, and those seconds that are standing over there, just incredible. Absolutely incredible lineup. And, you know, this division is very interesting to me because of all the different kinds that we have out here. And I've never been one that says they have to look a certain way. I just want them to be the best in that situation. And they come to us in different ways, but they're all real neat in how they get here. And actually, honest to God, every one of these heifers in consideration has advantages. All 6 of these do something the best in this lineup, and that's cool, and a great representation of the strength of this breed and why their popularity is just booming. I do think it's very, very close. I don't necessarily have 1 or 2 I think just has to win. I do think that it's close, and it is very intriguing to me to kind of see them all out here and formulating it as you're going and kind of thinking about how they might look when they get in this division. I'm just going to tell you kind of the ones that are in consideration for me. The heifer out of that second class is a unique individual. I find her to do a lot of things that are extra good. Maybe not just perfect out of her hip in comparison to a few of these others, but she handles it very well in the flex to her hock and pasture, and that's a neat one. The one that came out of that third class is similar. She has a different kind of hip than a few, but she is awfully good and just so fault-free. And then the pair of them that came out of that fourth class are just really intriguing to study and to analyze. And, you know, if you were here when that class was showing, we spent a long time going back and forth between those two, and I think it gets really close when they get out here. Those are my 4 favorite ones, and it's nothing to take away from any of these others. I think they're good cattle. There was a decision that I had a really hard time with, and I think when you get them out here, it'd be a mistake to split them up. Champion and Reserve is going to be first and second, class 4.
Your Division 6 champion is entry 733, Athena, owned by Caden Willett from Falls City, Texas. Your Reserve Division champion is entry number 739, TR Miss Josie, 1957J ET, owned by Haxton Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. As we move into Division number 7, coming in the ring next will be Class 30. I'd like to thank Triple S Farms from Marysville, Kansas, as your Class 30 sponsor.
Nice class here as we get started in our next division, and I think young man's heifer wins pretty quickly for me. Without question, the highest quality one on her feet and legs, and definitely balances the best. You know, these heifers have a little more maturity, and so yeah, she's got a little chest floor and a little brisket working in her. But I think, man, you overlook that. She has as much balance and look and eye appeal as any of them. Really good on her feet and legs. Nice rib cage, muscle pattern. Good quality place. Pretty logical place to lead off with. The decision really for me is who to follow her up with in second, and these are different heifers. I think the one that's going to end up being second of the young ladies here is just a little better in the transition from her shoulder to her forerib. I think she's a little stronger in behind her shoulder. She gets out and tracks around the ring with a lot of comfort and athleticism. Good angle of shoulder and set to her knee. She's not just dead level out of her hip, but interestingly enough, she still stays within her skeleton really well. Flexes in her hock and pastern quite nicely. Doesn't have the intrigue up front and the presence and eye appeal of the one that wins, but a good heifer to be second. The one that's going to come into third, man, there's some things that are neat in this one. That rear three-quarter shot has a big width across her stifle, some natural circumference of bone. She, too, is actually pretty sound structured. Nice angle to her shoulder instead of her knee. In relation to those other two cattle, she gets a little plainer in her throat. I don't know if she's quite as genuine in her forerib and in her heart. We're going to go ahead and leave her there where she stands. Kind of a neater looking one coming out here into fourth, whose head and neck attachment's extra stylish. Ties it really high and correct on the upper part of her shoulder, and very, very good in her shape. Structurally, though, that one's just too rigid. You can see it when she's standing still. Pretty permanent in her hock placement and pastern. A little straight in her shoulder there. If we could just give that one more flexibility and athleticism, we'd do a little more for her. The one that's coming out next, young man's just doing a great job of showing this kind of yellower colored one. She's very good on her feet and legs, just in terms of general freedom of movement. Has some feature and length of body and extension. Of any of them probably in the lineup. This one concerns me as far as point and calf. She's a little bit tight-hearted and shallow back into her flank. Just need to see more center body dimension in that particular female. The one that comes out next, one of the more moderate framed, easier keeping kind of deals. She's probably as close to calf as any of them in here, and I appreciate about her reference to her age. In relation to some of them, a little weaker in her hip loin, tailhead's kind of coming up out of her, touch uncoordinated in how she handles her hock and pastern. The one circling the ring here, a lot of performance and length of body and extension in this heifer. To me, she just gets a little bit short in her stride out of her front end, a little rigid in her shoulder and straight in her knee. Like to see her go with more flex and give. The one circling the ring at this point, really deep in her heart and nice and true back into her flank. Got enough width up high and power out through her hip. Balance-wise, she's thrown off just a notch by the fact she gets kind of short in her hip and underneath herself, a little small on that rear foot. The heifer turning the ring now is really flexible from that standpoint, and probably the sounder structured one, like the laying angle of her shoulder and the set of her knee. Little green all the way through. Her shoulder and forerib transition's not quite as bold and intriguing. Opens up just a notch there at the top of her shoulder. Young man's here that's circling the ring. Really a long-fronted, long-necked one that's got some shape working in her stifle. She, too, could be just a little truer in the depth of her heart and the turn into her flank. Heifer that's going to round out the class. A lot of rib and substance here, really easy fleshing. This one concerns me a little from a femininity and eye appeal standpoint, maybe a touch overdone condition-wise, but a nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 30. First place is entry 784. SSC AML Elvira 027, owned by Jackson Ebert from Polo, Missouri. Second place is entry 780. TC Hot Sandy H82, owned by Tara Tellefson from Moses Lake, Washington. Third is entry number 772. RF Susie 127, owned by Elijah Downing from Hope, Indiana. Fourth place is 787. CCC Miss Revival 0582P, owned by Atlee Patrick of Chilhowie, Missouri. Fifth place is entry 785. PS Bristol Da Pistol 089, owned by Huck Plyler from Hope, Arkansas. Sixth place is entry number 779. KF 050 Gracie, owned by Taylor Kent of Lucas, Iowa. Seventh place is 782. LHC Lizzie 046 PLD, owned by Jail Lynn Downey from Prattville, Alabama. 8th place is 786. BRP Maddie's Promise, H45, owned by Bella Parker from Godley, Texas. 9th place goes to 775. RDK Miss Zella Abigail, 137P, owned by Lily Downey from Prattville, Alabama. 10th place goes to 776. JS Lady Deliverance, 086P, owned by Colton Rump of Burton, Kansas. And 11th place goes to 781. LaFraise Karma, 620A, owned by Madeline McCain from Delphi, Indiana. Placings again for Class 30 go 3910, 62, 1171, 584. In the ring now we have Class 31 and would like to thank Lazy Z Acres Charlotte from Farnham, Nebraska as your Class 31 sponsor. Again, I'd like to remind all of our class winners to stop by the Sure Champ tent on your way out after getting your picture and pick up your complimentary bottle of the joint juice. And we sure thank them for their support. Miranda would like me to remind everybody that if you purchased anything in the pre-order, please stop by the show office and make settlement for it.
Good class here, and I think a lot of quality and a lot of depth all the way down through here. And these are my two favorites, and I think they need to surface pretty quickly. The young ladies is just a little better looking. Structurally, these are the two most intriguing ones of this particular class, and this one comes with a few extras, some head and neck quality. She's really, really good balanced and neat looking here from the side. I like the length of her hip. You study her from hooks to pins, really, really long hipped, and so you see that translate down in some flex there in her hock and rear pastern, square all the way through, fresh in her presentation. Really a high quality female to go ahead and lead off with. Congratulations to the young lady. The young man's doing a really, really good job of getting this one exhibited, and she's maybe not as neat up front, but you think about the cow value in one like that has that kind of shape and rib and muscle, but can handle it with some athleticism and freedom and go. Really a neat cow prospect here that he brings us. Like we say, a little plainer in her head and neck, a little more chest, maybe not quite as neat in the way her tail head sets into her body, but I think a good quality female to go ahead and be in second. The one that comes into third, you know, she's more like our class winner in terms of look and presence. Little neater about her head and neck and where she ties that into her shoulder. Tail head probably sets a little more attractively, a little smoother maybe, but with that, I don't know if there's just as much to her. That one's a little flatter in her full rib and narrower in her pin set. I'd like to see her just a little bit stouter in order to get around those top two, but a good heifer to go ahead and be in third. The one that comes out into fourth is really good in terms of her neck attachment. Love the center part of her body, really big and bold in her full rib, deep in her heart and flank. Got a nice muscle pattern. She's probably the stiffest moving of these top four, particularly in terms of length of stride out of her front end. Touch fatter maybe as well, but a nice quality female. Young lady's doing a good job. The heifer that comes out next, really like this one's length of body and length of hip. Think she gets out of her front end maybe a little more athletically than the one exiting the ring. The problem with this one is her chest sets out in her, gets a little shorter in her neck. Just not quite as eye-appealing and striking from the side, but a good quality female, covers some of those basic fundamentals. Big, stout, powerful brood cow turning the circle here now. Huge amount of rib, extra powerful and big, big stifled. Got some natural substance of bone and feature as well. When she gets her stopped and parked, she's got a neat look about her. Issue is you get this one on the move, you start at the ground, she's a little small-footed, work up into maybe a bigger, coarser hock joint, just doesn't allow her to reach and flex quite like what I'm after. The heifer that comes out next, really just huge-bodied, really easy fleshing. This one's just a little plainer than I'd really like her to be, particularly in her head and neck. Just want to see her with a little more style and eye appeal. One turn in the ring here now probably has that advantage, particularly in cleanliness of throat and some things like that. For me, this one wants to hawk in pretty severely from behind and just not get out and reach and covered like I'd like her to. The one round in the class is no shortage of muscle and power, just a little off balance, doesn't have quite the look. Really nice set of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 31. First place goes to entry 788, DCC Caddy Like Chick 2013, owned by Bailey Ferguson of Madisonville, Texas. Second place is entry 795, CAG CC Miss Haley K 0186H ET, owned by Cyrus Bloom from Reliance, South Dakota. Third place goes to 792, PGC Miss Halsey 0882, owned by Paisley Grace Carlson from Canton, South Dakota. Fourth goes to 791, KLA Sweet Caroline 701, owned by Kennedy Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Fifth place is 794, Carr Miss Hadley 038P, owned by Isa Marston of Canton, Kansas. Sixth place goes to 789, RF Miss Duchess 0222 ET, owned by Lexi Hughes from Elmont, Texas. Seventh place goes to 796, JS Lady Countess 082 PLD, owned by Madison Rump from Burton, Kansas. Eighth goes to entry 790, LaFraise Annie 290B TW, owned by Marie Downey from Prattville, Alabama. And ninth place goes to 793, FAK Miss Gina, owned by Faith Koronek from El Campo, Texas. Those placings again go 168439527. In the ring now we have Class 32, and I'd like to thank Boyert Show Cattle from Seville, Ohio, as your Class 32 sponsor.
there's some good cattle in this class. It's a deep class too. I mean, there's quality all the way down. The heifer that's going to go ahead and lead off with, I think, is the most stylish and eye-appealing, has that extra femininity that we're after, balances exceptionally well here from the side, really athletic and sound at the ground, a little softer, more maternal muscle pattern than maybe the one in second. I think a very high-quality place to lead off with. Congratulations to the young man. This heifer here, man, this one's a little stouter than what we've been using, and initially might have kind of overlooked her because of that. You step around behind her, I mean, huge pin set, massive topped and big ribbed. And you know what's interesting though, and no doubt the young man is a great showman and he's getting everything out of her, but you see this one handle herself still pretty collected. Not oftentimes do ones that stout, that overwhelming in terms of mass stayed put together. She's not as neat looking as the one that wins, and that's what's going to plague her there in second. But that's kind of an interesting one to think about, the opportunities to breed around her. Really a nice heifer. Congratulations to him. You know, the heifer that's in third, again, maybe a little smoother made. I think the point of her shoulder lays more correctly into her body. Probably comes just a little bit softer all the way back through. Plenty of depth and rib here. Just starts to get a little plain. I think that heifer's a little stale up front and just maybe doesn't have enough extra wow factor to get around those two. They're pretty unique to lead off with. She just fits real nicely there in third. The most challenging one for me to decide what to do with is this heifer that's going to end up into fourth. And there's some pieces of her that I think are the best in this entire class. Her head and neck quality, her front end, her femininity, the way that her chest is setting in her at this stage of the game. Really, really impressive in her hind wheels too. Long and level in her hips, set right in her tail, good in her hock angle. I just can't get around that part of right in behind her shoulder. Weak in there on her top line, flatter in her full rib, and it just does not tie and blend together. Her shoulder will rock forward just a little bit ever so slightly. That one kind of falls out of balance. If you can live with it, she might be your favorite. For me, I'm most comfortable with her sitting there in fourth. The one that comes out here into five, man, this is another one of these cattle that just has a lot of just width and power and muscle, big shape in behind her shoulder and out through her hip. There's a place for these for sure. For me, that one's just not as neat looking in her neck and in her head, kind of tighter all the way through the center part of her body. Just wish she came with a little more softness and eye appeal. The one circle in the ring is probably shaped better in her head, certainly deeper in her heart and in her flank, offers a little more fleshing ability. She's just a little stiff off of both ends. Want to see that one a little cleaner in through her chest. She gets a little round in her neck. Quality cow there for the young lady. The one circle in here, similar, really long-sided, long-bodied heifer that I think really extra smooth in her shoulder. Pretty good all the way. A little short in her face and round in her neck, and that throws her balance off. Want to see that one with a little more style, a little more intrigue up front. And then she'll get a little weak there in her hip loin as she gets out and goes. The one circle, and now, I mean, that is a really big, stout, high-performing one. Got some natural flex and give off of both ends. Just gets a little plain for me out here. I'd like to see her balance just a little better. The one that's going to round out the class, one of the more moderate frame cattle, plenty of depth of body. She too's just a little plain and off balance. Wish she went just a little sounder structured. But a nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results for Class 32. First place goes to entry 799, FFF, Carly's Dream, 2058, owned by Tristan Cisco of Oto, Nebraska. Second place is 803, TR, CAG, Miss Holly, 0715H, ET, owned by Weston Schrader of Wells, Kansas. Third place is entry number 800, RF, Greta, 0221, ET, owned by McKenna Mitchell of Justin, Texas. Fourth place goes to 806, RF, Greta, 0218, ET, owned by Cohen Garrison from Boss, Missouri. Fifth goes to entry 797, RF, Miss Bristol, 082, owned by Logan James Downey of Hope, Indiana. Sixth place goes to 804, F5, Miss Alley, 038, ET, owned by Mason Field of Telephone, Texas. Seventh place goes to 801, KR Ledger, 0800, owned by Kylie Raymeyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Eighth place goes to 798, SAS, Miss Bravo Nancy, 068P, owned by Alyssa Kent from Lucas, Iowa. And ninth place goes to 807, VFSF, Miss Helen, 2065, owned by Chloe Vogt from Home, Kansas. Placings again for Class 32 go 5813, 72649. In the ring now we have Class 33 and would like to thank John Umbaugh from Adair, Iowa as your Class 33 sponsor.
Well, these heifers starting to climb up there a little bit in age, but I think we got a lot of quality in the young man's here in the center of the ring. She's pretty straightforward decision in my opinion. I think there's a little give and take after her, but you know, without question, the best balance, the best structured, the neatest looking. know, is she just overwhelming in the center part of her body? No. She could maybe be a little further along at this point in her age and maturity, but I still think just in terms of a good quality female, she needs to go ahead and win, and I feel very comfortable about that. We're going to switch gears here and kind of change types here to get this one here in second. I think I like her moderation in her rib and her fleshing ability. Really, really good in the center part of her body. Bold in her forerib, deep heart, nice turn into her flank, and pretty stout. Deceivingly so in terms of her width and substance. In relation to the class winner, not as neat in her head. Her chest kind of sets out in her. My main issue is how she's constructed down at the ground. She'll want to toe out on those front two, be a little bit more knuckly in her pasterns, and just not quite as free and easy in motion as that one that wins. We could stouten her feature as well, but a pretty quality one to be there in second. The one in third, I mean, a little more my speed, maybe performance-wise, than the one that directly ahead of her. Long-bodied, long hip, got some extra featured foot size and bone. She gets a little bit hard doing for me in the center part of her body, a little tight in her heart and flank, a little flat there in her forerib, causes her shoulder hookup to be not quite as neat. But there's some good things to breed around. The one that comes into fourth, man, this is a stout, big rib, massive top, huge pinned one. Just so much substance and width. Probably a little extreme for me in some of these areas. Neat in how she can still be that good in her head and her neck. A little bit round though, and the biggest thing is I just like to tone her down a notch and not see her quite as powerful, to see her just a little bit more feminine, but a really neat one to think about some generating value. The one that's turning the corner now, lots of depth of body and fleshing ability, smoother made than the one directly above her. Shoulder sets in her pretty good. She gets kind of plain out here, a little extra throat, not as neat about her head and neck, but a good quality female from there back. The one circle in the ring at this point, I mean, just loads of performance and length of body, big topped and long hip, extra stout and wide across her stifle. She'll get a little bit restricted off of her rear too, kind of tighten her hock and small footed down at the ground. If we could see her go more comfortably, we could probably do more for her. Young man's that's coming out next, really, really impressive, that three-quarter view from behind, so much shape and width, maybe a little bit coarse. The biggest thing is just to touch straight and upright off of both ends. She'll twist out on those front two. One circle in the ring now is probably a little bit better in terms of being toned down from a muscle standpoint. She probably handles herself with a little more collection out of her front end, just a little bit plain there in her head and her neck, kind of harsher there back and through her center body and flank. The one that's going to round out the class, giving up some size and performance here, a little shorter in her body, but if you want a little more moderate, lower input kind, she certainly has a little extra rib and flesh. Nice class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 33. First place goes to entry 813, DCC Miss Texas 2010, owned by Ethan Adams of Blossom, Texas. Second goes to 817, Schrader's Miss Carbon 0285H ET, owned by Kylie Raymeyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Third place is entry 814, TR Miss Hartley 0635H, owned by Emma Caulfield from Bradley, South Dakota. Fourth goes to entry 810, MSL Miss Oakley 017, owned by Mason Lifesty from Cameron, Texas. Fifth goes to entry number 812, AC Miss Matoy 20-7, owned by Allison Dale Downey of Boonville, Indiana. Sixth place goes to 809, SHF Miss Perfect Mac 2044, owned by Paige Shelton from Jamestown, Missouri. Seventh goes to 815, QT Miss Stealth Outsider 061, owned by Drake Warren of Dyer, Tennessee. Eighth place goes to entry 811, HF Katie 4120P, owned by Christian Lee Derry of Afton, Tennessee. And ninth place goes to 808, VFSF Miss Casey 2068, owned by Paxton Vogt from Home, Kansas. Results again for Class 33 go 964, 851, 327. In the ring now, we will select your Division 7 champion in reserve. Sponsoring your Division 7 champion is CCI.live. Your reserve champion is sponsored by City View Farms.
good division here and one that comes together pretty logically for me. And it doesn't mean we don't necessarily have the quality. I think we've got good cattle out here. I'm just really comfortable in this particular decision. I think there's a pair of them that fit together really, really nicely. Keep moving along here, but the young man out of our third class is going to have our champion in this division. Young lady out of our second class will have reserve. Congratulations.
Your Division 7 champion is entry 799, FFF Carly's Dream 2058, owned by Tristan Cisco from Oto, Nebraska. Your Reserve Division champion is entry 788, DCC Caddy Like Chick 2013, owned by Bailey Ferguson of Madisonville, Texas. Now that concludes all of our heifer classes and divisions. We move into Division 8 and getting into our pairs. And Class 34s leading in the ring would like to thank Summit Farms from Alden, Iowa as your Class 34 sponsor.
as we get started here in our cow-calf pairs. I mean, what a way to start in this particular division with a pair of them. You get it? Just kidding. It's not that funny. But anyway, there's two really, really good ones out here. And I think the one that we lead off with, I mean, just an impressive cow. Really neat phenotypically to look at her. Doing a heck of a job. Her heifer calf is awfully good as well at this stage of the game. I think she's got an advantage maybe in her teat placement, a little more even than the one in second. But just a really unique pair that young ladies are doing a great job of getting presented and should be proud to exhibit. My initial favorite when they first came in the ring is the pair that's going to be in second. These young folks bring us a quality set of females as well. Cow's extra attractive, really stout and powerful. Calf's just really, really nice. She might be as high a quality on the calf side as any of them. I mean, balanced and good looking. These calves are young and so much is going to happen and change in them, but that female looks to have a bright future. I don't know if she's quite as even in her teat placement, not quite as good in her hind leg, but man, that's a really, really good, nice top pair. Congratulations to those four exhibitors. Ones that are going to come out next, cow's in an advantage. Her calf's quite a bit older. Seems to be doing just a heck of a job with her. I mean, just really fleshed up this calf is, and nice front 2/3. Cow looks excellent in her working gear. Got some length and performance and stoutness. Not quite as neat a udder, maybe a little close in her teat placement, but just a quality duo that these two young folks brought before us today. The cow that's circling the ring next, I mean, man, a lot of performance and substance to this particular female. Looks to be milking pretty heavy. Calf's a little younger, a little greener for the spotlight out here, but hopefully that particular female has a bright spotlight. You know, her teat structure concerns me a little. It's probably what lands her here in fourth. A little bigger in terms of size and not as uniform in where they're placed, but man, just a good duo as well. The one that's going to round out the class, a nice pair. I think the cow's doing a good job. Her calf's got a lot of performance and length and width. Probably weighs a lot at this particular junction. She's probably a little better in her udder as well, and if you want to switch that pair because of that, I'd be okay with it. Maybe both of them just a little plainer out here phenotypically, but a nice pair of them. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our first cow-calf pair class.
Your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 830 with BRCHE, Miss Lisa D, 0502 PLD ET, owned by Rory McClellan from Armstrong, Iowa. Second goes to 828, NG Fire Stealth 20H, owned by Lauren Oss from Lacine, Kansas. Third place goes to 823, SULL OCC Snow White 12H ET, owned by Mabry McGinnigill from Jasper, Minnesota. Fourth goes to entry number 834, CM Miss 2428 Blazing Babe 428P, owned by Brooke Miller of Burleson, Texas. And fifth place goes to 833, VCR Lady Ledger 008P, owned by Hadley Holt of Lake Preston, South Dakota. Those placings again go 3, scratch, 2, 1, scratch, 5, 4. In the ring now we have Class 35, and would like to thank WNAX Radio as our Class 35 sponsor.
good lineup here. A really good set of cattle, and I think really a logical place to start here in this particular pair. Cow's really, really nice. Calf's really, really nice. Pretty decent udder on this cow as well. I mean, just, I thought pretty logical, and never really debated switching this particular decision. Congratulations to these two young ladies. I thought the decision between 2 and 3 was close because they're really good, both of these pairs. This particular cow is maybe more up my alley in terms of a little extra performance and length of body. Really, really stout and good looking to go along with that. I mean, young lady kind of posed her up for her, and you're like, whoa, man, that's a neat one that's got some natural foot size and circumference of bone. And then her calf is really, really nice as well. Maybe not as neat looking as the calf that's going to come with the third pair, but just a quality duo of them quite a bit. I like them to be in second. Really, really nice. The pair that comes into third, you know, honestly, I like the calf maybe as much as any of them, and that's what makes this decision really close here. That heifer calf's got a really bright future ahead of her. She's neat looking and sound structured. Hopefully these two young folks are excited about what the cow's getting done with this really nice calf at side. The cow herself is maybe not quite as neat to look at as the two directly above her, but I think the most important thing here is that calf's good, and these young folks should be excited about the job that she's doing. The pair that comes out next, cow's got a pretty nice udder, actually probably the best udder in the whole class, quite frankly. And so if we think about the value and importance of that, we could probably move her up from that standpoint. Pretty nice cow. Neither one of them maybe have quite just the extras of the pairs above them, but man, I think that cow's doing a heck of a job. The one that's going to round out the class, a little more moderate, is the cow, but man, that calf sure got a lot to her. Seems to be doing a nice job. Maybe her teat and udder structure is not quite as neat and attractive as some of the other ones. What a good lineup. Congratulations to those exhibitors on a nice class.
Your results for Class 35. First place goes to entry 835, RF Miss IA Wind 035, owned by Hayden Englert from Washington, Kansas. Second place goes to 838, PLCCC Miss Phoebe 001, owned by Atlee Patrick of Chilhowie, Missouri. Third place goes to 836, Rowdy Duchess 010, owned by Ashlyn Rudabush from Mitchell, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to 837, Lady Maverick 0001, owned by Caden Stein from Gause, Texas. And fifth place goes to entry 841, Welcome Grove Fire Bell, owned by Christian Lee Derry of Afton, Tennessee. Placings for Class 35 again are 13425. In the ring now, we have our final class on the day, class number 36. I'd like to thank Sunglow Feeds as our class 36 sponsor.
as we get into our last class here. I think a good way to wrap up, and young folks doing a good job. Gentlemen are going to win this particular class. I think nice cow. Phenotypically balances pretty well, nice structure, doing a good job with their calf as well. They just kind of fit together. Front teats maybe spread out just a little more than ideal, but these are getting to be some older cows here, and they're doing a good job. So congratulations to these two gentlemen on bringing us a nice pair. The cow in second, man, she's doing a good job with this bull calf. I mean, he's pretty ready to rock and roll at this stage of the game. She's maybe just a touch better in her udder as well. I don't know if she's quite as neat to look at as the cow that wins, but a really good duo of them. I think she's doing an excellent job raising a really nice bull calf. Congratulations to the two young ladies on a good second place. The one that's going to come out into third is the oldest cow in this particular lineup, and you can kind of see that phenotypically in her in terms of head shape. But, you know, her udder is holding together really nice at this stage of the game. For her age and maturity, doing a pretty nice job with her heifer. Her heifer's maybe not quite as neat to look at as the first two calves, but I think pretty young and pretty green at this point. Continue to work with that one and watch her develop. The one rounding out the class, moderate cow, pretty easy in terms of deep-sided, and they got a nice bull calf. Maybe she's a little harsher in her condition, but hopefully she's injecting that extra milk into her calf. Nice job. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results for Class 36. First place goes to entry 843, RCR JL Affinities Jewel 9246, owned by Thomas Owens of Huntsville, Missouri. Second goes to 844, JM Miss All That 917P, owned by Chloe Olson of Lake Preston, South Dakota. Third is entry 850, LKD Miss Passport 6156, owned by Mick Lindstrom of Centerville, South Dakota. And fourth place goes to 845, SCR Miss Resource G9718P, owned by Laura Sonderup of Fullerton, Nebraska. In the ring next, we have our final division in Division 8, I believe. Would like to thank our Division 8 champion sponsor is Dare Farms of Milan, Illinois, and your reserve champion is sponsored by Vitafer.
as these cow-calf pairs continue to line up here. I think really impressive division from top to bottom. You never really know what to expect in these particular divisions, but we've got a nice set of cows and really good set of calves in behind them that these young folks have probably spent many, many years, with these projects. And so definitely congratulations to them on bringing us a good set of females. I do think I've got a pretty straightforward winner in my opinion and a pretty straightforward second, but I think the quality in all these cattle is really, really neat. The pair from our first class is going to go ahead and be champion. The pair from our second class is going to be reserve. Congratulations to those young people.
Your Division 8 champion is entry number 830. BRCHE, Miss Lisa D, 0502, PLD ET, owned by Rory McClellan from Armstrong, Iowa. Your Reserve Division champion is entry number 835. RF, Miss IA Wind, 035, owned by Hayden Englert from Washington, Kansas. Before we get started with our grand drive, we have a couple special juniors in the ring. McGuire and Maddie Rohr are going to announce and award the 2022 AIJCA Herdsman of the Year. Take it away, guys.
Hi, my name is Maddie Rohr.
And I'm McGuire Rohr.
Hi, my name is Maddie Rohr.
And I'm McGuire Rohr.
And we were the 2021 Jordan Mack Memorial Herdsman of the Year. We get the honor of presenting the 2022 Herdsman of the Year to an individual who has exemplified sportsmanship and involvement in the AIJCA over their junior career and been a role model for so many in the association.
This person has always had a smile on their face, contagious positivity, and most definitely one of the kindest people we have ever met.
Their past involvement on the junior board, in contests, and in the show ring has impacted the association, other juniors, and us greatly.
Her cattle are always highly presented and on point. This is our final Junior Nationals, and we are proud to present the 2022 Jordan Mack Herdsman of the Year Award to Haley Schwecke.
As we get ready for our grand drive and start leading them in, Cody, Coming out of Class 1, your Division 1 champion is entry number 437, and Brighton Lane from Huntley, Montana. Out of Division 2 is entry 447, Jaden Mata from Asherton, Texas. Your Division 3 champion is entry number 540, and Max Troyer from Kelowna, Iowa. Out of Division 4, we have entry 601, and Riley Smith from Grinnell, Iowa. Coming out of Division 5 is entry number 636, Carter Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois. Out of Division 6, Exhibitor 733, Caden Willett from Falls City, Texas. Out of Division 7, we have entry number 799, Tristan Cisco from Otoe, Nebraska. And in our final division, Division 8 is entry number 830, Rory McClellan from Armstrong, Iowa. And your reserve champions joining us. Out of Division 1, entry 435, Haley Schwecke from Gibbon, Minnesota. Out of Division 2, entry number 489, Bevan Lynn Birchie from Oneida, South Dakota. From Division 3, we have entry 543, Owen Weisinger from Fort Madison, Iowa. Out of Division 4, we have entry number 604, Cade Roeder from Aledo, Illinois. Coming out of Division 5, we have entry number 640, Kennedy Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. And out of Division 6, entry number 739, Haxton Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Out of Division 7, we have entry number 788, Bailey Ferguson from Madisonville, Texas. And rounding out your grand drive from Division 8 will be entry 835, Hayden Englert from Washington, Kansas. How about a round of applause for this great set of exhibitors and the job that they've done today? And while we're at it, if we would please, how about a round of applause for our judge today for doing a tremendous job, Curtis Dubit from Laramie, Wyoming. And as a reminder, we'll do our state groups before we take our pictures at the conclusion of the grand drive.
Well, folks, certainly just a tremendous, tremendous lineup here, and these kids have just done a fantastic job yet today. And I think, you know, whether they made it out here, and this lineup, I mean, it's something special for sure, and we want to commend these folks. But I mean to tell you, first-class event when it comes to these kids. Every one of them deserves a round of applause. Let's show these kids we appreciate their effort and work all day. I think another thank you needs to be extended to the folks back at the office handling the registrations and getting ready for this event, and Caitlin for all the work that she's put into it, and your junior board members and your guys out here in the ring and taking the pictures, and just the effort and the energy that it takes to put an event on like this. And it's worked smoothly, it's worked seamlessly. You've probably waited on me more than anybody else today. These people deserve a nice round of applause. Let's show them we appreciate all their effort. You know, I've been looking forward to this event ever since I got the call, and I knew it'd be world class. It exceeded every expectation I had. These cattle are good. The kids are fantastic. I'm going to keep it real brief. This young man right here, he's going to have our champion heifer. Congratulations.
Your grand champion owned heifer is entry number 636 and Carter Hogue from Good Hope, Illinois.
We bring in that reserve, and that's just the way that she hit me. She deserves that kind of attention and that kind of speed. I personally feel like she won that easy, and I think she is a world-class, fantastic female. This is the last time you're going to hear from me. I don't have a big speech for you. Let's thank these kids and congratulate them one last time. I'll show you your top 5.
So your grand champion heifer is Boy Smokin' Monty 200J. Your reserve grand champion owned heifer is entry 733. And Athena, owned by Caden Willett from Falls City, Texas. Your third overall champion owned female is entry 739. TR Miss Josie 1957J ET, owned by Haxton Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. Your fourth overall is entry 640, JPV, Veda's Miss Star 4JET, owned by Kennedy Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. And your fifth overall champion is entry number 540, Boy Jennifer 190J ET, PLD, owned by Max Troyer. Congratulations to all these juniors again on a tremendous week. And now we will have our state groups of 3. Caitlin. Are there any other state groups? We've got one up here. Well, you guys come on in. Caitlin. Your champion state group of 3 goes to Iowa, and your reserve champion state group of 3 goes to Texas.